So maybe Grizz, maybe Zionist was the wrong word. Maybe I should have said Kabbalist.
Yeah, but that if you're going to speak about Kabbalists, that ties in more to Freemasonry.
Right. I'm not talking about the. I'm not talking about God's people, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about people that are supremacists with ill intent.
Well, me and you even disagree on who they are, but
Well, there's many of them.
but I think that the Jews in Israel now are actually the Jews.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know that's what you thought. Okay.
I mean, it's Bible prophecy. Yeah, they didn't speak Hebrew until they returned, and they purchased the land, which I think it says they will in Zephaniah. They bought it off the Ottoman Turks. You know about the Ottoman Turks, right?
Yeah, I've heard about the Turks. They had an empire.
They
It was
sold
brought
the
down in
land.
World War One.
Yeah, they sold the land to the Jews, and the same Jews who are there now, and that's the Bible prophecy. So, there's all sorts of stuff that I can't. I'd just be going against Bible prophecy if I disagreed with it.
Okay, well, we don't have to agree on everything, man. I mean, I certainly don't hate you because you don't agree with what I believe. I mean, shit. It's just a simple disagreement. If you ever want to get into it and provide evidence, I know some guys that would be willing to debate you on it. If you ever wanted to test your theory. I'm sorry, test your belief. My bad. I didn't mean that to be condescending, for real.
Hey.
So,
here comes the sniper.
No, it's I'm nervous right off the bat seeing Tudor here. Okay, Tudor.
Hey, okay, listen. Okay, no matter what happens tonight, guys, no matter how bad you hate somebody, just leave,
Yeah.
go drink a cup of coffee and come back. Don't snipe. Don't snipe.
Tudor did it yesterday. Tudor has a history of aggressive sniping.
You saw how mad I got at Rupert the other night, right? I didn't snipe him, man.
Yeah. Rupert, he's been, I don't know what's going on with him actually. Once he's joined the panel, he's been, really like aggressive and stuff.
No, he was that way one time before Ronan and I got in a big argument with each other, and he came up on the panel to defend Ronan. So,
and I know I certainly have.
But anyway, this ought to be good, man. You got some intellectual up here tonight, and Hank's here, and Grizz, and I see a set of lips. Who is that? Oh, okay. But anyway, y'all go ahead, man. I'm gonna make some coffee.
Kissy girl.
Did y'all see anything going in the YouTube chat a little while ago?
No, I haven't been keeping an eye. It's mostly not.
Man, let me tell you something. Don't ever bring your girlfriend or wife in here. You'll be sorry, man.
Yeah.
I have to sit there and watch everybody call my wife a cunt, a fucking whore, a slut.
Yeah. See, okay, this is why. Okay. This is why I've been harping on Armando, to set up the structure and enforce the rules.
No, they get.
This is how
they got timed out and got reprimanded or whatever. But anyway, they got penalized or whatever. But I'm just saying, it looks like as soon as they know something personal about your life or something, they can use as a weapon. They always want to go to that first.
Of course.
You're echoing a
Okay,
bit.
that's.
Yeah. Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Okay,
hold that on. Behavior right there. Okay, buddy? What you just brought up. Okay, that's the gray area rule that was missing from the chat that I ruled at, or where I, not ruled. I
ruled with
working right, moderate. Now I got in a fight with the site owner over that. Right, because I was at other chats, and I found where the rule was expressed perfectly, right? I copy pasted, and I approached him saying, look, if you want to maintain order, you have to add this to our rule set. This is the one thing that's missing.
No, as soon as Mando saw it, man, he took care of it. I mean, he did. But am I still echoing?
Speak like that.
No, man, you're good.
Okay, good enough, man. I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead, man.
I trust me, I know I have more experience than anyone here with this. I was like, involved. And like I say, it's a top 100 website. It's one of YouTube's.
Law Search, come on, man. You could convey your message so much easier if you met people on their level. Let me quote someone. Neil deGrasse Tyson once said that he learned this from Carl Sagan. He said that what the main thing he wants to do is know his audience. And when you know your audience, you want to speak their language. And when you speak their language, then you can convey your message. But if you're talking over everybody else's head, coming off in a place of authority, see, people like me don't like that. Like, I'm not going to listen to you if you come off in an authoritative manner. But if you say, hey, buddy, you want to have a beer and talk about astrophysics?
Dude, there's no other way. There's no other way.
No. That's not true, man.
No, I'm sorry. There is no other way for what you're saying. It's about giving benefit of the doubt.
You don't give people
no, it's not
doubt, dude.
A reasoned out argument, but the thing is, this is about like faith and trust. Okay, like I've been giving the good advice, and I have the experience. And if you gave, if people were to give the benefit of the doubt, and we were to go ahead with what I've been saying, then you would see the results, and you would agree, right? And in retrospect, that's it's actually slowly happening, is the thing. Things are getting better here, slowly. And it's not as though
you just pulled a Steve Urkel, but you didn't do it in Steve Urkel. You said, "I'm wearing you down, baby. I'm wearing you down." That's what you just said.
What are we talking about?
Oh shit!
I said trying to manipulate us.
No.
You're ever going to manipulate me, or you're never going to change my mind, because what comes out of your mouth, other than what you spoke about earlier with the CIA, is normally bullcrap.
Yeah, that actually surprised me.
Yeah, you was accurate on the point on Operation Mockingbird and MK Ultra, and I like how you brought up the fact that you actually explained it in detail about how they actually infiltrated mainstream media. A common example right now is you know who Anderson Cooper is, right, for CNN?
Yeah.
He spent 2 summers as an intern for the CIA, and he's got no formal journalistic education, but look where he is. He's in that position of power, and he's pushing the agenda. So he's example of Operation Mockingbird, and he's got no journalistic training. So how's he got a job like that? Pretty obvious.
He knows the right people, obviously.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Well, he's apparently he comes from the aristocracy, right? Very affluent.
Yeah.
Family.
Careful, sir. You might become a conspiracy nutter.
Well, that's the thing, eh? It's it's been, I don't know what the word is, okay, but anytime talking about conspiracy, right? It's George Carlin talked about it, right? Quite a few times. You might remember he used the you're a kook, you're this, you're that. Okay, now that point he was making, okay, is spot on about how there is this stuff going on. Okay, and it's to make people fearful of talking about it because they don't want to be shamed and dismissed and stuff, when really it's all over the place. Conspiracy is as old as time,
It's quite remarkable how you can recognize things like this, but then you reject, even things that are even more clear.
I agree. That was my thought exactly. How?
What do I reject? What is it that I reject?
I'm too tired to get into this.
Yeah. Well, see, that's I don't think you'll be able to come up with any specific examples.
Tudor's more fresh in mind than me. Tudor hasn't listened to you argue with another egomaniac for 2 hours. So Tudor can.
Oh no, I actually had to engage in it last night for I think about 2 hours. So I'm pretty conditioned.
Well, you guys are Christianized.
Yeah.
Christianized.
I'd rather be Christianized.
Well, that's there's no question that you team up as partners and stuff, and I don't see you disputing one another. It's like it's the most obsequious, okay, is Grizz, okay, and don't take exception to that. That's actually true and obvious, right? Because of your repetitive. That's right. You have you're obsequious to Tudor. Okay, and the thing is Tudor can't actually win the arguments against me either. right? You have the Christian bias, and I know that, it's like, tutors, like I end up saying crazy, right? And it's because you guys are rejecting reason. You're throwing reason aside. You literally are delusional, right? You don't have the capacity to recognize the superior argument, right? Because of your confirmation bias, which you then shift onto me also. By the
No,
way,
you've got the confirmation bias, and I'd also like to point out that most of the time.
No,
Hold on, I haven't finished.
See, you just did it. I just explained how you shift
Hold on.
onto me. And
Most
it's
of
not
the
a
time,
confirmation.
Let him finish his point.
Most of the
Yeah, but
time,
it's not even fair to say that.
I'm just going
You're
to
wrong. You
MMA.
can't say that someone who is an atheist.
Most of the time, when I say that's right, I'm provoking it. I'm provoking you to react on purpose because I know you cry like a bitch. You're 42 years old and you just cry like a bitch on the internet. Right, unmute yourself now.
Right.
Also, when we say that's right, that means we're in agreement, and it's so that you know the opinion, and it helps you to see who's telling the lies and who's telling the truth. Because if we call out truth, what we need to learn to say is that's wrong. Because we need to, call out the bullshit as fast as LifeSearch does.
LifeSearch, you need to unmute.
And not to mention, he agreed with you not too long ago about Project Mockingbird. So it's not as though he's got a it's not as though he's biased by default against you. It's just most of the things that you say he happens to disagree with.
Yeah. LifeSearch, you need to unmute.
Grizz, what the fuck are you doing?
You didn't let me finish.
I just now sat back down and I just caught that, man.
Right there. He's starting it right there. Okay, Grizz, you
Let me
don't
finish
have
my
the right
point.
to fucking mute people.
You didn't let me finish my
all
point.
emotional.
You've been speaking for 2 hours and you wouldn't let me speak for 10 seconds.
I would let you speak, okay, but not when you're talking shit. Okay, I just finished
You've been
explaining
talking
how
shit
you
for 2 hours.
flip. No, you directly, right off the bat, just after I said this is what you do, which is like wrong, then you did it. Okay, you're trying to say that I have a confirmation bias.
You do.
Okay, no, it's
Well,
not.
you do.
It's not. No, you can't say that. It's not a
I
confirmation
just said
bias.
you do.
No, being objective is not being biased.
No, you've got a confirmation.
You're the ones
Serge,
who
what have
lack
you been
objectivity.
objective about tonight other than MMA's intelligence after he disagreed with you?
Well, just because someone's smart doesn't mean that they're always right.
Shocking.
He was wrong. He was
And
wrong.
you're smart, right? And you're not always right.
We're all
right?
we're all fairly smart.
We're all smart. Everyone gets a sticker.
Well, it's different. There's different levels and stuff, but this is just it's going a bit crazy here again. It's like
No, I mean the point being is that Grizz doesn't always disagree with everything you say. Obviously, if he did, he wouldn't have. He said that's right when you were arguing with that other guy.
Yeah, but trying to say that people who adhere to science have a confirmation bias against religion.
He's not referring to
patently
he's not
absurd.
referring to analytical science. He's referring to your confirmation bias regarding your general beliefs.
LifeSearch, who here doesn't agree with knowledge, right? We talked about what science means. And you do mask your confirmation bias with the word science a lot.
Right. You try and make your philosophy
because science is the authority on truth. We've already been through this.
Hey,
like,
what was that song? Dun, 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 dun. Science!
Science is the authority on truth. Okay, religion is necessarily contradictory to that, in so much as that religion is contingent on not having proof. Okay, it's the antithesis of knowledge.
Okay,
And that's
so
a
just
fact.
because I believe something and science can't back it up, does that make it not true?
Yes.
No.
No, the answer is yes.
No, the answer is no.
Well, it does. He says, does that make it not true? Okay, and the thing is it does not make it true.
Right, but
Right?
it doesn't
So,
make it not true.
Depending on how.
Right, but he says it
Well,
doesn't make it.
That's how it works.
It doesn't make it incorrect.
That's how it works.
Lester, you
doesn't
just
make it
confirmed
wrong.
your own confirmation bias
Doesn't
on
make it
air
wrong.
for everyone to see.
Yeah. It doesn't make it wrong. just means it can be proven.
Well, it doesn't. The fact that it is not right is saying that it is not true. Okay.
Okay, so dark
I
matter
think you're
is an unknown.
really, you
Science
strike.
can't prove it.
Listen. Did you hear what I said, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I hope you. I don't think you did. Hank started to take away. That's the important point. Okay, like what he said there about does that make it not true? Okay, and I made the distinction saying, okay, pointing out how it doesn't. It's to phrase it in as it is. It does not make it true. Right.
Neither does it make it. It doesn't make it true nor incorrect.
This is a very important distinction. Okay, between whether something is not true or is untrue.
Essentially,
right?
your
There's a
worldview would fit. You're basically in.
Computer, you're not listening. You're not listening, dude.
I already
can
heard
tell
you.
You just want to argue. You just want to argue and right fight. Right. This is why.
You can repeat yourself again, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I've heard you make the same point twice.
Yeah, but you're not understanding.
How would you know that? You don't allow anyone else to
Because
speak.
you start talking right away. Okay, that tells me
But
right.
no,
You're not listening. You're right.
Okay, understanding.
And you wonder why I snipe you, like.
Understanding in court lingo means do you stand under his authority? Last Surge is trying to get you to stand under his authority. Last Surge wants to be your high priest.
No, I am not. I just explained, okay, that important logical distinction between something not being true and
Yes, you're
just
boring us with your rhetoric. Can somebody else make a point instead of you repeating the same point 3 or 4 times? Yeah. The point is, even if something isn't proven to be true.
No, listen to
won't dude, I'm listening to you enough.
Point.
Yeah, Jesus. It gets old, man.
All right.
Here we go. Hey, be careful, guys. Be careful.
Yeah,
okay.
No. It's already done. Bye, Tutor.
No. Don't snipe. Don't snipe.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Just started muting.
I know, but let's correct it. Hey, Serge, let's correct it.
Let's. He's the one in the wrong. He's the one in the wrong. He just started.
Son of a bitch.
He just started muting me. Okay. I owe him. He did this shit to me yesterday.
You didn't have to make 2 wrongs a right, man. 2 wrongs don't make a right, man.
It's not 2, buddy. He just did it again. Okay. He started muting. He's starting to escalate. Okay. Gone.
You weren't. We gotta stop the sniping, man.
He fucking muted me.
I understand, but he didn't snipe.
Yeah, I did. He sniped me fucking yesterday. I was gone. I couldn't get back in.
You could. Okay, but you could have muted. You could have muted him, right?
I'm not playing this fucking.
Honestly, we needed a break. You've been at this for how many days straight? Have you been asleep?
Of course.
The bare minimum amount.
Can anybody add him back? Can he get back in at all?
He'll fucking snipe me. Listen, he did it to me.
No,
okay, the other
I'll
day.
talk to him.
I'm not putting up with this anymore. Okay, it's become clear to me from Armando that everyone's going to have to deal with it themselves and shit.
Serge, you can't be part of the problem and then complain. What's wrong?
I'm not part of the problem. He was. Do not blame the victim, buddy.
Whoa, man! But you changed the victim role to him when you sniped him.
No, I fucking took proactive. This comes down to first strike policy.
Man, I just said a few minutes ago, nobody snipe. Jesus.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you say.
Well, guess what, you authoritarian piece of shit? I might just snipe you, motherfucker.
Oh, for what? For what?
Now just get your shit together. Tutor, whatever you do, don't snipe, man. We got to stop the sniping.
I'm not going to snipe him.
Okay,
he needs to listen.
Hey, I just talked to him. Now look, LaSurge, you got to understand one thing. If somebody mutes you or something, if you want to mute them back, mute them, but don't fucking snipe.
No, you don't fucking get it. You don't.
I do get it.
You don't get it. You take over the entire panel. You just take over the entire panel every day.
Don't snipe.
You can't just mute people. Okay, Tutor was fucking out of his head.
You take over the panel every day and you don't allow anyone else to speak.
The reason I muted you is because you don't allow anyone else to talk. And
I absolutely.
Hey, muting you isn't that terrible.
That's
LaSurge.
fake
It's not
news.
that big of a deal.
Listen, it was what Hank Hill brought up, okay, which I was explaining, okay, about the fundamentals of logic here. Just because something is not true, it does
You
not mean
said
that
this like 5 times. Can someone else say something?
Do you understand it?
Okay, look, guys.
You presuppose that no one understands what you're saying when it's so fucking simple.
LaSurge,
I
listen for a
presuppose.
second. Can you listen
There's a
for a
difference
minute?
between prejudice and Judas.
You're not capable, are you?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would miss him if he was now.
Hey, look,
I
LaSurge,
got
you know
everyone
that
talking at me here.
somebody's echoing. Can somebody check their YouTube page?
It's you,
Might be Tudor.
I think.
No,
Or
it's
could-
not
yeah.
me.
Okay. Yeah, it is. It's Tudor. That's what I said first.
Yeah, it's Tudor.
Tends
Tudor.
to happen when you get kicked and have to re-add.
Oh, is that what happens? No shit. Okay, well, anyway, man, listen. LaSurge, just one more option. Okay? If everybody blocks you, everybody else can talk to one another, and you'll have no one to talk to.
Hey, I was defending myself.
Well,
Okay,
you can
buddy,
defend it with a
talk to
mute.
Tudor. Buddy, you're talking to the wrong person. Speak to Tudor. Tudor is the one who started muting.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is if he does something, man, you can mute him back, but don't snipe. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't have to mute him if he wasn't so rude to interrupt. And
I know why. I know why they're muting you, man. You've got to let everybody have a turn. It's that simple.
yeah, it's just called common courtesy, like something you might want to pick up one of these days.
Just let them talk, man. Just let them talk.
Why? Let you be wrong and say stupid shit?
How would you know if you don't even let
Yeah,
anybody?
we've been letting you be wrong and say stupid shit all week,
It's
man.
insane, dude. This isn't LaSurge's dictatorship.
But we're not allowed to contradict you, or it's stupid and wrong. You're not
What?
the Lord Almighty.
But what?
Dude,
You're just a regular dude. You get it?
Hey, hold on just a second. LaSurge, you just cried in the YouTube chat on the last stream that you got sniped, right?
Yeah.
So why would you turn right back around and do the same thing that you hate? That's all I'm wondering.
Because it happened to me, okay? And
But he
Armando
didn't
is not the
snipe
one
you last stream.
Armando
It
is
was
not stopping.
MMA or whoever.
Oh, fuck.
Come on, man. You got to see it from both sides.
Again,
Lasser knows not what he does. and Lasser, every time someone disagrees with you, they're not stupid and wrong. Even if they disagree with what you claim to be scientific theories or particle physics
They
theories.
Hey, LaSurge, okay, I'm not going to spend all night disciplining you like a little 5-year-old kid in preschool. So look, man.
Fuck off, baby.
Exactly. That's what you're like. Just let somebody else talk or take yourself out and go to sleep.
I don't like looking at your face.
Don't you think this is funny? This is apparently the brilliant mind of a 42-year-old man, baby.
What?
Mimicking
Just
people.
take yourself out and go to bed, man, if you can't let anybody else
It's
talk.
just crazy. Yeah, like
Can't let other people talk. Look at everyone fucking ganging up on me here.
Yeah, because
no
you've been
one's getting
screaming for the last
Because
3 hours.
No, there's one thing I've learned about LaSurge. He does love the controversy, and he likes taking up everybody's time with him. But I ain't got nothing to say to the dumbass.
Going on, right, saying, oh, the surge this, the surge that, projecting all this shit.
dude, I'd rather not talk about LaSurge for once. I know you love being the center of the topic.
You ever watched a 5-year-old kid when you say, just be quiet or I'm going to have to discipline you and put you to bed? And they keep going, well,
You know, do you understand everything that you're saying? I can say right back about you and actually have it be more true than you saying it
okay,
about
guess
me.
what? So
I think more people would disagree
let's
with.
just talk to each other and we won't even respond to him anymore.
Does everyone just want to go ahead and boycott LaSurge by blocking him from? We don't have to actually kick him out. We can just block him.
If he can't let anybody talk, yeah, I don't mind.
By the Christian Americans. Lynch me.
Yeah. But anyway,
Nobody wants to lynch you. We just don't want to hear you bitch and whine all night and then play the victim.
So Hank, you actually, hey Hank, I'm trying to talk to Hank
Dude,
now.
if I was gonna lynch you, I'd walk up to your house with a noose and fucking tie it around your little neck.
Buddy.
I'm trying to talk to Hank now. You gonna let me talk with Serge?
All right, I'm blocking him. Yeah, I suggest everyone else do the same.
Okay. But anyway, just try to hold out a little bit, Tudor. But anyway, Hank, so you get your car worked on in the morning, Hank?
Yeah, it's supposed to be getting finished pretty soon.
That's cool, man. I hope they don't charge you an arm and a leg. That'll suck. Hey, did that guy that you got the car from ever take any responsibility for anything at all?
Yes, he did. He was very admirable in what he said. And since it's such a small fix, I think I'm going to call him and say, you know what, I said as is, and we'll just keep it at that. Because it's what I consider easy fix.
Right.
You know, it wasn't a new engine, a new transmission. You know, it didn't cost me thousands. So maybe I reacted emotional, like I always tell people
Well,
not
now,
to do.
what did he say? He split it with you or something?
He said he would help me pay for it if it was a major problem, and I needed to take it to the shop, which was good advice.
Okay, so you've taken it to a shop, so he might split the bill with you then.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. That's man. It's nice when things happen the way they're supposed to sometimes.
Yeah. I kind of feel like I may have slandered him a little bit, even though I never said his name. And I would just like to clarify that up. And, you know, it just goes to show that the universe tends to unfold as it should.
See, I don't see it that way, Hank. I see it like this. You got a struggling family that buys a car from you, and they're I'm not saying you are or you are not. I'm just saying if the people aren't rich and you sell them something and you misrepresent it, then at least offer to pay for half of what it'll take for that family to at least use the damn car more than one day.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I mean?
told him I only got 2 tanks out of it, and it's causing me this much problem. He's like, oh, you're making me feel bad, you know, which now that I look back on the conversation, you know, if he does go through with what he said he was going to do, then, you know, maybe he was feeling bad. Because that's what I would have said if I felt bad. I was like, man, I just sold you this car and you're telling me it's breaking down on you? You're making me feel bad.
I'm going to go one step further, Hank. I used to sell about 20 or 30 cars a week at my shop. I had a side business going on. So I'll just tell you something right now, man. He knew that car had a problem, just to let you know. He knew it, man. You don't have that kind of problem and not know it. I mean, what, you started leaking water the first day you had the car, right?
Yeah.
He knew that car had a problem and he didn't want to spend any money, man. So he sold
He
it.
didn't want to fool with it, so he passed it down to me, and that's why he's offered to pay for some of the mechanic fee. Maybe I should just let him do it then.
Yeah, absolutely let him do it, because it'd be a rare case for him not to know that he can't drive his car one day without it starting to overheat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Two and two don't make five, man. Did he say he drove the car every day, or it just sat there for a period of time?
Well, what he told me was he had too many vehicles, and he needed to sell because he just got a new car. So I'm thinking, this is a rich dude that just upgraded, and he's letting it go because he doesn't need it. That's the premise I bought it on. So yeah, you're right.
Did he appear to have mechanical qualities?
No, he did not. He was a lawyer.
Well, okay, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that then. But anyway, if he drove that car to work and back one day, he would notice a problem, though.
Right. Unless maybe his kids were driving it, or maybe his wife.
That could be. You're right. I mean, there's always a gray area. You're right.
Right. But as long as I get it back and it's ready to roll, because I'm ready to work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. That's a terrible feeling, man, when you've just gotten a car You know, because when you go to get another car, which is a new car to you, you know, I mean, that's what my cars are when I get a new one. Uh, it's not new, but it's new to me. You just have this impression that you're going to have reliable transportation without a bunch of problems, you know. And it's just a pisser when that happens, man.
Well, I think it'll be okay. Parts should be cheap. It's rear-wheel drive. Should be the easiest thing I've ever owned to work on, except for that Toyota truck I had.
Yeah, it's
But
not.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not that much to stick another radiator in and intake gasket. Uh, Now they used to sell the intake gasket separate. I don't know if it has to come in a kit now and you just pull the intake gasket out, or you know, it could be one way or the other. But still, the gasket set's not over 25 or 35 bucks max.
yeah, I was thinking the radiator was going to be about 100 to 160 tops, so
Is
it
it
shouldn't be that much.
is it a 2 or 3 core radiator, Hank?
Not sure. I haven't done that research on it.
Okay. But anyway, it could. You said that was a V6. It could just be a 2 core radiator. They're a little bit cheaper, but 3 and 4 core are a little more expensive. But anyway, man, good. I'm glad you're getting it addressed.
Yeah, I'm heading off now.
Yeah. Good to hear.
So
All
yeah,
right, see you guys.
Out of here, Grizz.
Yeah, got some stuff to do.
Okay,
All right.
Grizz. We'll see you later, man.
Yeah, take
Yeah,
care.
take care, Grace.
Yeah, same to you. Peace.
Well, that's pretty quiet.
yeah. I remember when Richard got his car. He was non-stop talking about it, and I don't want to repeat that mistake. So we can talk about something else. Nobody gives a fuck about my car.
Plenty of
Well,
things.
Well, I do, Hank.
Well, I know you do because you're a mechanic. You're like a doctor. You know, if I told you I was sick and you were a doctor, you know, a tiger can't change its stripes.
Well, that would have been true in my younger year. I wouldn't have thought the way I do now. But believe it or not, man, I actually care about people's turmoil nowadays. I don't like to see it.
Oh yeah, I know. I've heard you talk about the economy and the TPP, and I get a lot of respect for you on all that stuff because you're absolutely right.
Yeah, man. It's
Not on everything, but generally you're absolutely right on what you talk about.
yeah. Sometimes I'm pretty radical, actually. But hey, man.
passionate at least, though. You know.
Well, you know how it is, man. You feel like you're. It's not just feel. Usually, it's when I know for a fact something, you know, one on one in reality and all of that. Then you kind of get attacked, and somebody's kind of won't, you know, just say, okay, well, you got your view, I got my view, and they just keep nailing you with what you consider total bullshit. Yeah, I get a little emotional sometimes.
I think we all do from time to time.
Actually, Tudor, I meant to thank you, man, because I went back. Just you're not gonna believe this, man. I got up the next morning, right, and I said, "Boy, I really got out of control last night." I said, "I let that motherfucker push my buttons," you know. So I came back in and listened to it, and the whole time, man, that was going on. You were sitting there. Yeah, I know what you mean. Now you were trying to you were trying to keep me calm, man. You
Sort
really
of trying to mitigate the situation a little,
you were
yeah.
doing good too, man, because I listened to everything you said, and I was like, damn, Tudor really, he was really doing good with that, man. Better than I would have done.
Yeah. Um, It just gets tiring, man. You know.
It does. It does.
But
Hey,
anyway,
Hank, what's the temperature? Okay. So, Tudor, don't tell me where you are, but what's the temperature there where you are? Is it warm there? Because it is here.
it's a little cold.
A little bit cold. How about there where you are at, Hank? It should be warm where you are.
Yeah, it's pretty warm.
What'd you say?
We got the AC on.
But you do have the AC on. Okay, here, I mean, it's man, it's just right, man.
Yeah, the weather here is kind of weird. Cold one day, kind of hot the next.
Well, yeah, it's the transit. Yeah, that's going to happen for just a little bit longer, but it'll stay warm before long.
Oh, you're telling me.
What's
How's the weather where
what's
you
the
are?
temp there, Lasurge?
I don't know, pretty cold, but it's gonna, saying, what I was inferring there is global warming, right? It's gonna,
Climate change.
those are the same thing, right? It's two parts of the same thing, right?
Well, Serge, you're like a heartbeat, man. You never skip a beat.
Never.
I'm pretty consistent, that's what it takes.
Consistently full of shit.
No,
Did I say that
exactly
out loud?
Hey, Lasurge, while I'm nice and calm, I
You're
just want to say,
You're Christians, right? So you're,
No, I don't disagree with climate change.
okay,
However, I
I
would.
just want to say something real calm. Lasurge, you can be as consistent with everybody on this panel from now till doomsday. Problem is, I'm not part of the government, so I can't really do anything one way or the other. All I can do is vote once a year. Okay,
It's up to all of us. We all, this is the reality, right?
Guys, I think we should just go save the planet.
I understand what you're saying, but nobody on this panel can really do anything but vote. So, we're just not in a section of life where we can make a drastic
Well, Bud, what we need to do, buddy, is we need to reduce our carbon emissions so that we can save the planet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was being completely facetious.
Well, I feel like that's being done with the new engines and stuff. I mean, to kind of just run with that for a minute. But anyway,
Peter actually gets something right for a change, and then says, "Oh, I was just kidding." It's like,
It was sort of
wow.
tongue-in-cheek. The thing is, most of the carbon emissions are emitted by large companies and things like that. Like your average person is in no way.
Hey, that's a good subject, Tudor. Now
No,
check this out. Hey,
we are all
let me
responsible.
respond to that.
Right, but I'm saying even if every single person was to reduce their carbon emissions by say even 50%, say we cut them in half.
Yeah, if Lasurge had been in all the industries I've been in, and if he only knew, so
It's big business.
I have
Okay,
to agree with
You're
I have to
presuming that
agree
I
with
haven't.
Tudor. Okay,
Yeah,
but
well,
here's
maybe
what I
I've
want to
been in
tell
more industries than you, buddy. Did you
Okay.
ever think of that?
Maybe you have. So then,
Yeah.
let me finish.
Oh, well, then it's kind of stupid for you to say if Lasurge has, you don't even know. You don't even know what you're talking about. You talk from a point of, you do that all the time. All you guys do it a lot.
Really?
The way
Okay.
you talk.
Are you going to let me talk for
I
a minute?
love being categorized and generalized with other people.
Yeah,
That's my
let me
favorite.
just say one or two statements about the EPA.
All Christians are Christian. Get used
I like
to
being
it.
compartmentalized into
Hey,
a.
hey, Lasurge, what does being a Christian have to do with the EPA that I'm getting ready to talk about?
Oh, I would have to say absolutely
we weren't talking
nothing.
about that now, were we? Were you following the text of what was being said, buddy? No,
And
apparently
he asked
not.
you how does being Christian fit into the context of what we were just speaking
Yeah,
about.
but what did I say? Okay, I said Christian in response to what you said about generalizations, and which, are you going to argue that all Christians are not Christian?
You're okay.
Of course, Lasurge, you know about the Protestant Reformation, dude. You
Man,
were telling me.
that's 5-year-old bullshit, Lasurge. You can at least get a little above
Basically,
that.
it's basically
a platitude. Really?
A car is a car, and a human is a human, and a wife
I
is a
said
wife,
all cars are cars.
and a tractor's a tractor.
There's a difference between a car is a car and all cars are cars, right? It's about establishing generalizations against.
I was trying to get off into a good subject. You're going back to the religion thing.
Okay, let's just forget the religious talk for a second and just get back to the point.
Yeah,
Well, it's
EPA.
not religious talk. This is on logic, dude. Like,
You were
Yeah, the
talking about
counter
logic.
logic is somehow like in disagreement
important.
with like religion. Like
Well, yeah.
I need an energy drink. I really wasn't.
You do, man. You're gonna need one. I'm telling you right now. Hey, matter of fact, let me give me a coffee. I'm gonna need one too, man.
You know, do you think that there's no connection between logic and religion here? Like, well, you know, obviously logic underpins
My cow.
That's what's important here,
You dirty
right?
atheist,
You
you.
can't say,
You're all
you
alike.
cannot say that
If you're an atheist,
your
you're an
atheism is
atheist.
logical. You can't say that. Or sorry, that your
Dude, I
religion is
have nothing against atheists. I just don't agree with atheism. I can understand agnosticism, which apparently you are one. So I don't really see any point.
no.
Yeah,
Atheism
you
is
don't.
like a practice or a process. It's a way of thinking. It's about understanding.
Yeah, you
Okay,
don't
where
discount what you can't know. So I'm fine with
which you
it.
can't know, according to you, but
Right?
you're
No, you're
delusional.
saying yeah. We're talking the
Crazy.
origins of the universe. All you know is
Hank,
that what.
Hank, Hank,
Fine,
Hold,
you're
let me
hold
delusional.
on,
just
bud.
He's
All,
delusional.
all you know that preceded the Big Bang was energy. Yet you don't want to. We want to sit here and play semantic games
okay.
and
I'm counting the insults. That's one, LaSurge.
Logic. Well, no, it's straight up. He just did it. He just tried to compare religious thinking with actual critical thinking, and they are distinctly different. So he's wrong,
Yeah,
right? And I pointed out that he can't understand that because of his confirmation bias and all this shit, which he'll then project on me. But you know, it's not a matter of opinion here, right?
are you
See,
projecting on
this is
him?
not a matter of opinion. That's a real
That's
thing.
called fapping.
It's a real
Bud,
thing.
can I let me just have this, man? I appreciate your fuck.
Oh, sure,
I'm
man. Let me get a coffee. Whatever you do, guys, don't snipe.
not gonna snipe him.
Okay.
No, but I mean, even tapping on a desk doesn't necessarily. It doesn't negate the possibility that your consciousness is simply being stimulated by a machine, or that you're not in a simulation. I mean,
Yeah, it does.
no, it really doesn't.
It's,
You see
yeah,
what
yeah, it
you
does.
have to use your senses
Listen,
to okay.
Tutor, yes, it
Look, man,
does.
let me finish a
You're
point,
trying to
and then
argue.
you can rebuttal. That's how normal people have debates.
No, yeah, but I just said yes, it
Doesn't
does. So
matter
I'm
if you
talking.
disagree. You have to wait till the other
You
person's done
have to
talking.
allow me to provide the argument,
Yeah, but you
right?
yeah, but you don't
Arguing,
make a counter argument mid sentence like when the other person's talking.
we are
That's
arguing
not how you
from
debate.
a solipsistic point of
It
view. You
no,
understand
I'm
what solid?
not. You need to
Yes, it
understand.
is.
No,
Yes,
see,
it
if you'd
is.
allow someone to express a thought, you wouldn't do that. But you have no restraint, like you have no self-control. Like you,
No, you're in denial, okay, because reality is dictated to us. Okay, you have perception, but okay, that's just perception, dude. That doesn't mean that reality is a projection from your own
yeah, and what you're perceiving with your senses is your only means of understanding what we're calling objective reality here. My
oh,
point, the point being
that's a
is
fact.
what's effect?
Dude, you don't have a point. That's it. You agree, and that's it. No, right? You just
No,
handed
I
me the
wasn't sure.
argument.
I thought you were actually trying to bring up something, but anyway, what I'm saying is that the only way you can test reality is by trusting your senses, and basically whatever you're perceiving through your five senses and interpreted through your mind, that's your only means of understanding objective reality. Problem is, all you know is that you're conscious. You don't know. I mean, you don't. We don't know if this is just all some simulation or not. There's really no way of actually knowing that. We just know how the laws work within this, what we call reality.
Reality is
Point
very,
is,
and now your
yeah,
ideology is not based in reality. Your ideology is based in the opposite of what reality is.
my point is you don't really have you don't have an objective way to actually test or confirm reality
That's all the
since your perception is limited to your finite senses and your mind, which is
that's
also
just a
finite.
patently false statement.
No,
Do
you
you know
have
what?
nothing with which to test reality other than your five senses and your mind.
Exactly, which is what induction is. Inductive. Okay, that's where truth and knowledge.
Right. It still doesn't prove that it's quote unquote real. Like,
Really? That's strange. That's the solipsist thing. Yeah, and in fact, it does. Reality proves itself.
All you know is
That's
that you're
what.
conscious. You don't know that what you're perceiving actually matches any objectivity. You really don't know that these other people exist or not. There's no way you trust that that is the case.
Really, in fact, listen, I do. I
Yeah, you don't
understand
know if that's a fabrication of your mind either.
it. Yeah, I
Sounds
do
like a
know that it.
fabrication to me.
I
How
do
do
know
you
that it is.
how do
I
you
do
know
know
that
that
how do you know what it is?
you're trying to argue against reality itself.
No,
Okay.
what I'm trying to do is I'm
You are
trying to
trying to
get you to
argue
see that
against reality
what you think
itself.
you know is not necessarily known.
Yeah, it is. It is known. Okay. I know that I exist. I know that you exist. Okay.
All
I
you know
know.
is that you exist. You don't know that I exist. Actually, no.
I
There's
do.
no way. There's no way for you to actually know if I exist or not.
I deduce so simply from the fact that I hear your voice that you, in fact, exist just as much as I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can infer that, but you can't prove it. I mean,
Want to
what I'm
bet?
saying,
You're proving it right now.
you don't know that all this isn't just stimulation in
Yes,
your
I
own
do.
mind.
Yes, I
The
do. What are you talking about? This is your craziness.
No, I'm saying, how do
Because
you
you
actually
evidence
know that?
because you evidence it.
No, how do you know it's not a fabrication of your mind? How do you know it's actually quote unquote real?
Because I fucking hear you talking.
How do you know that it's not just your brainwaves? When you're sleeping, you're not audibly hearing anything, but when you dream,
See, this is what's
your
wrong with you.
mind is creating stimuli for you.
No, no, reality is not an illusion. Illusions are an illusion.
I'm not even saying it is. I'm simply no. I'm not even. I'm not a solipsist, so I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying there is truly no way to know.
Solipsist, and yeah, you are. you're a solipsist here. In this
No,
argument,
I'm not. If I was a solipsist, I wouldn't be a Christian. So
you're
no, that's
trying to
incorrect.
argue that it's in your head. Truth is in your head. Okay, but no,
No, you're too simple to argue with, man. You're really
you're
basic.
taking out of the fucking water every single time. Okay, you get pissed off and you
Dude,
fucking
you are super basic. Like you're not even worth debating. Like,
because of your arguments, because you can't fucking defend your Christian
nah,
faith.
man, you're just so basic. Like, you just called me a solipsist and I'm a Christian. Like,
Yeah, you're both. You know that you can be
yeah,
both.
no, you can't be a solipsist and a
Just
Christian.
like I am
If
both. No,
a solipsist would say that they created that this is all a creation of their own mind,
right?
as
I
where
hold a lot of values. Okay, you talk as though these things are mutually exclusive when it's actually mutually inclusive.
Hank,
That's the problem.
no, man. It's like it
Uh
doesn't matter
huh.
how many onlookers.
It is.
No,
You're basing your reality, okay, with your belief in God on something that is not actually real.
it doesn't matter,
Didn't we
dude.
just have this
I get tired
conversation
having the
last night?
same. I get really tired having the same conversation with you. So forget it.
Does
I think Hank understands what I'm saying, but I think you're just way too close-minded and arrogant to even try and understand. Like, or maybe you
yeah, and
do. I don't really get
possibly
you.
be you
I mean,
as
I
a
do
Christian.
get you, but I don't understand why you're like that. Like,
Couldn't possibly be you as a Christian, could it? And yet here you say that you look at your own beliefs and you question your own beliefs. Is that so? Interesting.
Hank, did you understand what I was saying?
Well,
Yeah,
appeal
we
to a
can't believe at the same time that we created the universe because obviously God created the universe, right?
Exactly.
Everything doesn't
Which
exist
would
just in our head. That's ridiculous.
what God? What God?
ex-
What God, Hank? Where's your God?
You just argue it as a solipsist. How can a solipsist be a Christian? Is my point. The
Solipsist.
things you say are so absurd. Like,
Solipsist. Fuck, you say it wrong every time. And I correct.
okay, you can pronounce it however you want, solipsist.
Yeah. Solipsism, right? That's what it is. Okay? You're saying it wrong. And
Okay, you
Hank,
say about wrong. It's actually not a boot. It's about.
yeah, the point is the mistake that Hank made there, he says, is that God did. Okay, now see, that's a mistake. It's putting God as a logical positive, which means he has to prove God.
We were talking about the
Okay?
distinction between the philosophy of solipsism. However the fuck you want to pronounce it, solipsism
Mhm.
and Christianity, and how they two do not agree with one another. So you can't be. You're either one or the other, but you can't be both. As opposed to what you just said, like you labeled
Well,
me
it is.
both.
Yeah, you can be both. You can be
No,
both
for reasons he just explained, because the
I
solipsist,
can.
they go hand
the solipsist comes from the point of view that you create reality,
they go
that the
hand
reality is created by the mind, as where
Exactly.
the Christian perspective is that reality was created by God, not by the human mind.
Your belief in God comes from your mind. Okay,
The
you're positing
We're not
God.
talking about a belief. Okay, you can't even operate within a given paradigm. You can't. That's why you're really
Besides
shitty at
me,
debating.
you're speaking over others instead of only blaming me ever. Right? You
Yeah,
guys need to
no.
drop your bias, okay, and start slamming on one another, okay, you Christians, for what you do to me.
Yeah,
Dude,
if I'm interrupting
me
you,
and
it's only
Tootie
because
have
you
had
wouldn't
some
allow me to.
debates. Right, Tootie?
What'd you say?
We've disagreed with each other before, right?
Me and you
Not
do
for very
disagree on the
long.
divinity of God, of Christ. Yeah.
Like,
Well, no, I
you have any
don't
brains
know
at
why
all?
I said that, but I believe he's the son of God. That's the divinity. Okay, so I don't disagree with the divinity, just
Well, I
specifically
mean
now.
divinity meaning like or I mean to say the deity of Christ.
Well, he's at the right hand
I
of the
really do
Father.
need a cup of coffee.
How much more
Yeah,
deified
like
could he
in
get?
is basically to put it in short, like that Jesus is not only the Son of God but is also God. We disagree on that, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's
But
fine. That's fine. But did you see how we cut it out and then eventually agree to disagree? And the only reason I'm bringing it up now is to show you this in the past. This is the hatchet that me and him have buried.
What is your disagreement on this? Okay, with you know, the deity of Christ. Who is it that believes? I trust it's Tudor that believes that Christ was God, and I think Hank is the more sensible one. Am I right?
I'm not the more sensible one. I take the stance that Jesus is who he says he is, the Son of God.
And what's Tudor's stance?
I don't
He,
disagree with his stance in regards to him being the Son of God, but I take it a step further in that he is also God
God.
himself.
Yeah, so I'm right. Okay, so see, you know,
Right, so
Hank is actually
it's not as though I'm arguing that he's not the Son of God, because
Hank,
indeed
you
he
win
is
that
the
one.
Son of God, but he
That's
is
a more
also God
reasonable.
himself.
You know, see, Tudor is fucking Tudor. You're fanatical, dude. You're like a fundamentalist. You're a radical. You're a Christian radical. Like to believe that a god was a person walking the earth. That is an extremely fucking crazy belief.
Yeah, well, I believe it.
You're scary, dude. You're oh yeah, no, you're crazy. Like you know, Hank is showing better judgment there. Okay, by exercising more doubt. Okay, and you more embrace. You're like a fanatical religious dude.
well,
Thank you.
Last
I don't
Surge,
know what to say. I'm
your
flattered.
words are on his side, believe it or not, because,
No,
yeah, I often listen to the opposite of what people say, and
Oh,
what you
sorry.
just did there was you kind of gave more credence towards his belief in my mind.
no, my
Because you are who you are and you said what you said.
you know, you say the son of God or what? Like you know, like an extension where he's actually corporealized God, right? You wouldn't make that step, right? Do you know what I say by right? Corporealizing? Do you understand what I mean there?
Who's
Right?
corporalizing?
Corporealize. Well, that's you know, from the Latin, right? The word
No, I'm
like
saying who's doing that? Who are you claiming is corporalizing?
you.
In saying that Jesus is God?
Mm. How can you not agree that that is corporealizing God, right? Saying that God took
No,
a
I was. Oh, go on.
well, that's exactly what you're saying. Is you know, you're saying that God was in human form as Jesus.
Right, and I get that idea not from myself, but from the Bible. Like,
Yeah, well, that is, you know, that's the you know, like I say, that Bible will twist the shit out of your mind. It's just ridiculous. Okay, you know, especially when you know the most important thing is that God is not known, right? God is a question, which may or may not be, but you accept it as a truth, okay? And then from that, you logically further supplant that God has, you know, is it's like you are fucked, man. You're really fucked up. You know, Hank is exercising more judgment than you.
yeah,
You're
you call it
scary. You're You're twisted. You're like you're a religious fanatic. You know, it's like that is crazy. Okay, to think that a person can be a god, like that's ridiculous. You know, we're people. We're biological entities, dude. We come from evolution. Like, we're animals. Just like, just like, ever sit to think like,
We're
like what
not
about like,
animals. In a million years, is a monkey ever going to be able to go to the moon? No, we're not animals.
yeah, no, it's quite possible. Yes, we are animals. You should look on, the tree of life. Okay, where humans have a
A
position.
monkey, a shit-throwing monkey, is going to make it to the moon.
Listen, are you a living thing?
Yes, there is a part of me that is alive, but that doesn't make
Now,
me an animal.
you think, yeah, see that you want to, that's anthropocentrism, right? And you think that that people are something separate from the rest of the animal kingdom, but we're actually part of it. We're included because we're another living thing, right? There's all living things are living things. There's animals, there's plants, there's fungus, there's sponges are a little bit separate from that, right? The question of whether it even constitutes a living thing is kind of.
And there's leeches and parasites. You know anything about them?
Yeah, there you go, bacteria. In fact, it's said that that's the predominant amount of biomass on the planet. We're actually kind of really insignificant compared to the amount of bacteria there is. They've been around a lot longer, like by what? Oh, say 3.5 billion years. And it's proven in the fossil record.
So not only are we animals, but we're some of the most least insignificant animals. Is the bacteria made it to the moon without hitching a ride on that limb? Was it riding on the aluminum foil?
Listen, when you consider the fact that 99% of all living things in the history of the world that we know of have already gone extinct, it kind of puts into perspective how significant we are.
It puts into perspective that God will judge you, and He will judge you again. God.
Yeah, see, you keep talking about God as though it's something that exists, right? You phrase it like that, right? God, because you're conditioned into that. You believe that God exists and God is real, but that's exclusive to belief, and there's actually no evidence whatsoever for God. None.
Your blood's not in my hands, man. I told you the truth. Take it or leave it.
Well, that's your truth, okay? And I am not the sort of person who, gets into that sort of a priori form of thinking, right? I wait, okay? Like, like I say about door number 2, okay? I do not know what is behind door number 2 until I open that door. Now, God is something which is behind, this hypothetical door number 2, okay? So I don't know. So I reserve judgment on that, but you accept it as a truth. Right? This is, so, I'm actually more rational and reasonable. That's the way to do it. That's
which is why I don't take much issue with your actual belief system. I don't know why you don't attack atheism as hard as you attack theologians, because they're basically they're positing the idea that God definitively doesn't exist when there's no way of knowing that.
That's not true. That is not true.
It is. When you say there's no God, that there's no way of proving there's no God. So yeah, it is.
God is not known to exist, which is the truth. God is not known
No,
to
that's
exist.
that's different than saying that God does not exist. It's different than saying we don't know if He exists.
Tudor, I'm not trying to interrupt, but isn't this the same exact topic?
It always is.
I mean,
atheism. That's what atheism is.
I told you. Cut to the bottom line of the subject, LaSurge. I've already told you. Your science cannot prove He does not exist. So where do you go?
That's not how logic works, buddy. Okay, that's like.
Look, all I'm.
Listen. When you call someone an atheist, okay, this is something that atheists don't even really like being labeled as. Okay, we don't like the word atheist, right?
Why you label us Christians?
Because
I think agnostic would be more appropriate.
No, you label yourself as Christians, okay, or theists or whatever. Now,
I label you dumbass. I don't know what anybody else labels you.
You're not letting me get to the point. The point is it's more like a deist, but there is no word for a deist. Okay, which is about one God, right? Okay, or a monodeist. That's actually the proper way to say it. Would be a monodeistic. Okay, I am
We
amonotheistic.
don't like fancy words. Just get to the subject.
Hold on. Let me get to the point.
I do.
Okay. Now there are other things that don't
Well, I
exist
know
that
Peter
are
does.
okay. Okay, like are you listening? Okay. There are other
No.
things that I please listen, buddy, and stop interrupting.
Okay,
there
I
are
really will sincerely listen. Go ahead.
okay, there are other things that I also do not believe in that do not exist, like say the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, Superman. Okay, now there is no word for people who do not hold a belief in those things being real, right? But when it comes to God itself, the question of God, okay, there is a word for it because it's like important stuff, but it's in the same category. Okay, it is not a logical
It's
positive.
not in the same category. Nobody's saying Marvel Comics created the universe.
It is
Exactly.
yeah, but it's still
It's like you're
something
saying Marvel Comics doesn't have a creator. Who created Marvel Comics? Do you even know?
it's Stan Lee.
Okay, you're saying that Stan Lee doesn't exist, that all those comic magazines just poofed out of existence.
When did I say that Stan Lee doesn't exist?
This is getting really convoluted. I understand what Lacerda is saying. He's saying there's not a word for every disbelief, like every.
It's that retarded logic that comes out of the
He's
religious
saying,
people.
hold it. Let me just
When
me
did
just
I
mediate
say
a
that
little bit.
Stan Lee doesn't
He's saying
exist?
there's no word for every sort of disbelief there is. Like there's disbelief in flying spaghetti
That's what I
monsters.
said.
Right, that's what
what
you're
I said.
positing. Right. And Hank is saying, well, we're talking about the idea of God or the source of creation is a little bit different than comic books or whatever the hell else you want to posit. Like,
idea of God, right? The idea.
right, the idea of it, like what you're calling energy that predated the universe, like we call it God. Like, and the only reason why I don't hold you is completely intellectually dishonest is because you don't discount the possibility of it. However, you do ridicule people who do believe in a God. But I don't understand why you don't attack people who definitively say there is no God.
Science,
Since you're not one of them,
don't think, they don't really have time to wonder whether they're.
They don't have to say whether there's a God or not because they can't prove it. But they can't say that there is no God.
They, if there is, technically, then it should be able to be proven.
Well, good luck with that. They've made a lot of headway so far, haven't they?
Well, no, okay, because the scientists aren't fucking looking into that because they're actually looking into actual reality.
Actually, they are. That's exactly the science is the quest
Now
for God.
No, science is not a quest for God. Science is about understanding fucking reality. Okay?
Right. And who?
It's not a quest for God. What you're the religious ones, okay? You've gone on this quest for God, and you think you fucking found him. That's the kicker, okay? Here's
science
Tudor.
wants to understand. Science wants to understand how things work.
Let me say one sentence to Serge because I want you and Hank to hear me tell him.
Fucking hilarious shit.
Hey, Serge, just remember one thing, and I've told you before, and I'll tell you again.
What's this?
I don't consider myself religious of any type whatsoever. I do not believe. Can I get done? I've already told you the problem that I've had with religion in my life. I do not believe in religion at all.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So every time you say that I believe in religions, I despise everything that's even being taught at most churches I've ever gone to. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I just want you to keep me in a separate category, and I don't consider myself a true Christian either. I just know what is and what is not.
Well, that's good. That's the way to do it. If that is the case, then you're basically you're an atheist.
No, because I know for a fact that God exists.
That's what being an atheist is.
So you know God exists too.
No. What the fuck?
Well, see, that's the difference between you and me. I believe.
What you do?
I believe religions are basically.
Hold on.
So
you do believe that God exists, you know that God exists.
Yes.
He believes in God.
Yes. Okay, you're a fucking nutter. Then.
It's different for me, Laserge. I know.
Okay, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Right. Well, I just want. That's fine for you to put me in a category. I just want every time you say Christians or religion, just remember, Buddy W is not in that category.
Yeah, you are.
Well, you can put me there if you want, but I'm telling you, I'm not.
You just said that you know that God
Anybody
exists.
that knows
It's
me
like
knows
the
that
worst
I've stood
possible mistake
against
you
this
can
all
make.
my life.
It's
So,
like,
I know what you're saying, buddy. You're saying you
yeah.
don't fit into like the religious culture.
No,
Like,
I don't, and I'll tell you why. Anytime I fact check any of that stuff with what I consider to be real,
you're
it
nuts.
never adds up.
let me understand
You're
this. You just believe the Bible, right? Like,
Well, I believe that
as
man has started these religions, Baptist, Christian, this, that.
Hey, buddy.
right, but I mean the
How
Bible.
Buddy,
But
how
the
do you
Bible
know
is,
that God?
oh yeah, I believe in the Bible.
How
Right.
do you know that God is real?
How do you know he's not?
No, I don't have to
How do you
defend it.
know
I didn't
Stan
say
Lee's real?
He knows
How
that
do you know
God's real
Stan Lee's
because
real?
creation exists. He knows there's a creator because a creation exists.
Listen, Tutor, I'm asking him. He says he knows that God exists. I said, okay, how do
That's
you
how he
know?
knows.
I'm asking him to, you're trying to speak for him. Okay, let the man fucking answer for himself. Right? You don't get to say, what other people fucking think.
What's up, Packy?
Lysa,
You on the treadmill again, man?
Yeah. What's up, Packy? You love this, eh, Packy? Pack. I'm gonna call you Pac-Man. That's better.
Actually, I called him Pac-Man first, but
Well, okay. It doesn't matter who calls him first. I'm gonna do it. I never even heard you call
I
him
coined
Pac-Man.
Packy too. Before I knew it
Call
was
him
derogatory.
Chun, chun. Da-da-da-da. Chun, 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 chun.
Packy, how fast are you going right
Man.
now? Is it 3 or 5 miles an hour?
2.
2 miles an hour? Okay. Well, that's cool.
I was asking Buddy. Buddy thinks that he knows that God exists, right? And it's like, well, how? How do you know that God exists, Buddy?
Well, we were just talking about that the other night because we got down, the conversation went all the way down to the Red Sea crossing, right? Were you in here when?
So are you answering the question?
Was Lysurge in here when I was talking to Rupert? Tudor must be getting him
I'm
a copy.
asking you a question, dude. How do you know that God exists?
Because I have verified to myself that the things that are in the Bible are real as far as in real life, all the way down to the
Here you
pillars
go.
and everything.
Oh, Jesus Christ, buddy. You are fucking dumb as fuck. You just said, okay, that you verified for yourself that the things in the Bible, okay,
That's
you
not a
just
good
said,
way
you
to get me to
specifically
listen
said,
to you, man.
you just specifically said the Bible. Okay, which Bible is that? What, King James? Oh, so you're a Christian. Holy contradict yourself, Batman.
I don't know how much clearer I can. Hey, I already know I'm up against the stone wall, but I'll say it one more time.
Dude, you just
You're
went
not
right
ever
through the
going to
stone wall.
label me anything other than what I am, sir.
You're destroyed. You see, there's no point in talking to you. Okay, there's no
Well,
fucking.
then don't talk to me.
You're this dumbest motherfucker.
Yeah, I know I'm a dumb motherfucker. Well, number one, I didn't fuck your mother.
No, I didn't say a dumb motherfucker. I said the dumbest. Okay, number one.
And I'm telling you, I didn't fuck your mother.
Well, they can't be the dumbest.
Right. So when you call me a motherfucker, I'm telling you I didn't fuck your mother. See, all you do is go to insults when you lack anything to prove anything that you say. But see, I can prove what I believe in through your science and through artifacts and everything else of my findings right here on Earth.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, I'm just saying, but when you tell somebody that and he just turns around and tells you you're full of shit, okay, well, if you don't believe me, then just call me a liar and we can be done with it and you can talk to somebody else. I mean, it is what it is. I'll put it to you that right now, my wife's right beside me. What kind of person would I be lying in front of my wife? I don't know what you want from me, Lysurge. I am who I am, and I've proven to myself in my life what I need to be proven. And matter of fact, there'll be nobody, not including my wife or my children or the priest down the street could ever change it now because I've had all the proof I need that I was searching for all my life. And it's that simple. However, through your science, you're going to go to your grave trying to still prove that there's not a God. See, I already know. I'm calm, cool, and collective. I'm good to go. While you're taking a shit and still listening to your fucking computer speakers.
Where'd he go?
Taking a shit, jacking off. He says something, and then, so he thinks he's smart enough to get you to keep talking while he's going to take a piss or a shit.
I notice he does that when he doesn't want to combat what you're saying.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, because I don't know, man. I know he's entertaining and keeps people talking, but I'm basically burnt out with this fucking fruitcake, man. And
He doesn't entertain me.
well, I mean, it appears to just be a game with him because I hear the same rhetoric day in, day out.
It's like, dude.
And that's somebody that's insecure and really doesn't have anything up under his belt buckle. So I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out with him. But anyway, just so you guys know, I've verified all those artifacts. And anytime anybody wants to, hell, as far as that goes, I'll pay for your fucking ticket to get here, and I'll pay for the fucking ticket to go up, and I'll show you at least a third of what I have found. The other 2/3 will have to go a little bit further. But I think you'll be convinced yourself if you ever want to visit me or visit where I can take you, and you can actually analyze and visualize and determine for yourself, and put everything to the test within yourself, and then make your own determination for what you think is real or what's not real. That's the fairest way I can say it.
Yeah, man. I mean, I already believe so.
Yeah. It's not that I even believe, Tudor. I fucking know now. See, and that was the thing, I always kind of knew and believed, and I had things happen in my life that just there was no other answer for it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I mean, I could say no, but we use words like no and believe, like no in in like a.
and thank God for these what do I want to say? These scenarios happening, and these people doing what they did, because man, it's the answers that I needed here on earth to really make me know. Like the Bible always tells you a lot. In other words, you just have to believe that you believe that you believe. Man, see, contrary to what anything Surge or anybody can say to me, I needed more. I mean, I guess you could say I was a skeptic, but I still believed in God, but I still, there's always this little wonder thing, wonder, this, wonder that, and then you might have a question pop across your head or something somebody says kind of makes you think. But now, no questions for me, man. No questions.
Yeah,
Hey, I got a layman way of saying something to you. What is the hill called that God set on fire with the brimstone?
Mount Moses. Is that you talking about from the Exodus?
Do you know that to
Sinai.
this day, not one fucking thing can grow on that mountain, and it's still black to this day?
Yeah, like it's Mount Moses in Saudi Arabia, and they
Yep.
don't let outsiders come in. So if you check it out,
Right, and also the big old stack of brimstone is still there. You can scratch some of it off and light it with your lighter to this day. And so, see, that's all in the Bible, and that's all sitting right there for you to witness. There's so many things that you could witness that's right in the Bible. It's already been verified, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I,
archaeological
I just don't know how anybody, after seeing these things and verifying that it's all real to themselves, not to me, but not to anybody else, but to themselves, their own test, their own, however, whatever it takes to make you know. But if you have an attitude like LaSurge, that even if you have Jesus's cloth and every damn person that tests it tells you what it is and you still deny it, then I don't know where to go with that.
Well, Peter spoke of the Mosley when he says that they'll be willfully ignorant.
Yeah, they'll follow after their own desires.
Did I say Peter? I meant to say Paul.
I knew what you meant. I don't know why. For some reason, it just jived. I was like, he's talking
Yeah, and
about
those
Paul.
pillars I was talking about the other night that is now they stood them up over there. The people who are in charge of that. Well, one side is Saudi Arabia, actually. See, they always thought the Red Sea crossing was in a different spot. If you look at the map, everybody that tried to find out where the Red Sea crossing was before, they were always in the wrong place. And now they've found the Red Sea crossing, the real Red Sea crossing, and they found the pillars there. And it even talks about those pillars in the Bible, and they have now stood them up there. And actually, those pillars even had a bunch of markings on them from the actual time and everything. And they're still kind of there, but I forgot if they said people were doing things to the stones now and wearing some of the markings away. But those pillars, so one pillar is stood up on one side of the Red Sea crossing and the other pillar is stood up on this. So one side is Saudi Arabia and the other side is whatever the other side is there. What's right beside Saudi Arabia right there?
I'm not too sure on hand.
It's right there at Mount Sinai, I want to say. But anyway, but they when you look at it on the map, the water crossing there, everybody always thought that was the spot, and it never was. And now the real Red Sea crossing has been identified for sure, no question marks. I mean, So I mean, I don't know, and I could go on and on all night long about all the different things, but bottom line is, man, tell me
Yeah,
why.
for you, it's the archaeological evidence. I think for Grizz, it's the prophetic evidence. I think for me, like,
None, guys. There is no evidence. Sorry.
Where did you go, LaSurge?
I went to grab some food. Why? What's up?
Well, I mean, instead of having us talk through the air with no response, you could have said, "Hey, I'm going to grab a bite of food."
I mean, you were, emotional and stuff.
I was.
I guess.
Yeah, you were getting all pissed off because I said dumb, right? And I'm sorry.
I don't remember dumb. I remember motherfucker, and I told you I didn't fuck your mother.
Yeah, well, I thought, and I can explain why, right? It's because your logical contradiction where, earlier you're saying that you're not a Christian.
Listen close here to this fucking fruitcake tutor. He likes to hear himself talk over and over again. He's the most insecure person I've ever met in my entire life.
Here we go.
I've never met anybody more insecure than you, sir. You top them all.
Here we go.
Actually, I hate to agree with you, but yeah, usually like a superiority complex is just really covering for.
Yeah, he just likes to hear himself talk.
Mm-hmm.
When he's not cramming food in it.
Or other things. But yeah.
Exactly.
Sustenance is a good thing.
Yeah. It's kind of not good for anybody else, though. All you bullshit every day, man. Be quite honest.
Well, the thing, without food, people will die.
Oh, are you shitting me?
No, you do eat also, don't you, buddy?
Nah.
No, of course not.
No, I just
No, God keeps me alive every day with no food. That's why I get to keep all my money, man.
I just go out.
No.
I just attached a solar panel and now I just feed off of photosynthesis.
Now, see, I'm gonna run with your dumb shit for a minute, LaSurge. So, God keeps me alive every day and I don't eat. So, you want to try to prove me wrong, now?
buddy? Let me ask you again. Okay, buddy, are you a Christian?
You ain't got no facts. You ain't
Hey,
got
buddy.
no fucking Wikipedia. You ain't got no fucking Google. Now prove me wrong.
Hey, buddy, are you a Christian?
You see, I can do the same dumb shit to you with no fucking facts, you stupid
Buddy,
fuck.
I'll give you another shot at the question. Are you a Christian?
How many times I gotta tell you?
Well, until you get the answer right.
See, you just want to hear your well, I don't know if you can see your lips move, but you like to hear your vocal. I don't know how many times I gotta answer the same fucking question.
Well, you
Well, I
know,
said
getting
it
it right.
right here again, so you could always remember. And you dumb fucking ass, by the time you went and grabbed a goddamn sandwich or whatever the fuck you're eating, you forgot. Because you're so self-consumed with yourself.
Oh, like I say, I know what you answered last time, and I'm giving you another chance at the question. Now, are you a
It's
Christian?
rude to talk with your mouth full. Did mommy ever tell you that shit?
Uh-huh. My mommy always also told me not to be a dumb fuck redneck.
Well, why are you then?
Not to be a redneck. That's solid advice from old mommy.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't listen to a fucking thing she said.
Well, okay, according to you, you can't even answer a simple goddamn question, right? Because you know your own fucking name, considering.
Well,
Actually.
apparently I'm both a solipsist and a Christian.
Hey, I know this. I don't ever hear your parents in the background. They've disowned your motherfucking ass.
So, buddy.
They couldn't do nothing with you either, bruh.
Buddy's still all upset.
I'm not upset.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Lie,
Okay, this has gotten way too immature.
I know.
That bullshit comes out of his mouth.
You can't come up with nothing better than that to talk about. Fuck. Let me talk about my dick for a minute.
Tell me,
You know how big my dick is, LaSurge?
I think he really wants to know.
You want to know how big my dick is, LaSurge?
So anyway, Tudor. Okay, what do you think? Is he a Christian?
In a conventional sense, I would say yes.
Well, in every fucking sense, you would say yes because you're not as fucking retarded.
Well, I just told you what I was. Why are you asking Tudor what I am?
Well, I mean, I know why he shies away from the word because of all the stigmas and denominations attached to it. Because I mean,
yeah, sweet.
See,
don't call me Christian.
Yeah, because I mean, a Protestant and a Catholic would both be considered Christian, but they're two dynamically opposed denominations.
He reads all the books, but he don't read the Bible, and then wants to discuss how we're full of shit.
Of course, it's fucking
more or less, yeah.
Have you ever read the Bible, LaSurge?
So anyway, Tudor.
Don't lie now.
I'm curious. You know, did God exist before
he
Jesus?
didn't want to answer that one, did he? So why would you even talk to this fruitcake? He's never even read the Bible.
No, I ascertained that. Well, I think that was one of the first things we talked about. You know,
yes, but this is a guy that spews that he's smarter than everybody, and he's got facts, and he reads and he investigates, and he's smart in psychology and all that. But the motherfucker didn't even read what he's talking about. That astonishes me.
You know, I gotta wonder
His main
why
topic is what he's least knowledgeable of. But he's telling us we're all fucking dumb now.
Yeah, you're saying how can he refute something he's never read?
Look, guys, there's True Tech giving good advice, saying study physics and sociology. That's some great advice. Look at that, a sensible human being giving great advice.
Yeah, I've studied them both. What were you going to ask earlier?
Oh, have you now? I guess it doesn't help. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No amount of academia is gonna dissuade me from what I believe. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy learning and knowing things. Sure. Sorry that those two ideas just don't jive with you. But you were gonna ask something earlier.
So it makes sense to you that God has been a person.
Yeah, makes sense if that's what the Bible says. Yeah, I'm gonna go for what the Bible says.
You are an extremely smart
person. The Bible said
you are debating a book of knowledge that this dumb fuck's never even read.
Well, this news.
Yeah, I know he's never read it.
Says because it's what the Bible said. So therefore, anything that is written is true in the Bible.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the fucking genius.
Yeah, I'll answer for myself anyway. Yes, I believe that everything written in the Bible is true.
Yeah. So if the Bible said other things, then that would be true also.
Well, it doesn't, but
Man,
it says what it says, and not a word less more.
he
Like,
just likes to hear himself talk, Tudor.
No matter
I
what.
know he
see, the
does.
Bible-
But still, just for the
Alright.
sake of conversation, I'll entertain it.
Talking about making yourself look stupid. This motherfucker right here. I'm telling you, man.
I don't know,
Trying
man.
to discuss a fucking book he's never even read.
How is it
How
that
dumb can you be?
someone can perform miracles?
Ignorant, anyway.
You just have
Well,
to be
if-
the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever met, man.
You just
like,
have to be arrogant and ignorant. I mean, he's not necessarily stupid. Like, I mean, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's not stupid. Like,
But why
which is-
would any fool, anything less than a fool, try to debate or discuss and tell you you're wrong about something when he's never even investigated it?
Because he feels overly confident that he can refute what you're saying, even though he's never read it.
With
Because
no background and no knowledge of the subject.
well, the reason why he
Right.
presupposes that miracles don't exist because there's no God. Like, so therefore, since supernatural acts don't take place
Well, you
in,
know what else that tells me, though, Tudor? That also tells me that I can never, ever believe anything that this fucking fruitcake says.
I mean,
It's a lot like Anakin Skywalker before he did that jump and Obi-Wan cut his legs off in Episode 3. He was
Oh, that was
so
actually really
confident. He was so confident that he could make the maneuver, and he did.
No, you guys don't get it. Okay, I'm like fucking Obi-Wan here saying, "Don't do it, guys. Don't do it." Okay, but you're the ones who do it. Okay, where it comes
Dude,
to
you're so bold with your confidence.
position,
It's arrogance. It's misplaced
But it's
arrogance.
no knowledge. It's
I'm not the one
absolutely
making the
zero knowledge.
presupposition here.
No knowledge, all boastful from ego and being a prick with no knowledge. That's all it is.
Hey, this coming from a guy who says that he knows God. He knows that God exists.
It's coming from a guy that sits in daddy's basement and can't work a job.
You see,
Can't
you
make
take
it in
no
normal
attack,
society.
buddy. You want me to just insult you back?
Sure, go ahead, go for it.
Well, how constructive is that? Can you act like an adult instead,
How
please?
constructive is it for you to discuss something you've never even read?
I'm not
Yeah,
discussing-
we've established he's never read it. But what were you going to say? Like, why is the idea that the one who's created all this can't manipulate it however he wants to, or you just go with the
Well,
idea
listen to
that,
what you said there. The one who has created all this. You're putting all of that as a logical positive. Now the question is,
I'm saying, let's just say we're working within that
Yeah,
paradigm. Like, you're talking about the Christian paradigm, and
the question is, can you do that and have it be true? To say that the one who put all this, okay, what you just said, positing God as logical positive, can you do that and actually be reasonable and have it make sense? What you're saying?
well, we're operating within the Christian paradigm, so obviously I'm going to say.
This is like a yes or no, dude. It's either the simple answer, obviously, is no.
I already got my answers. There's no
You're
way you can
positing
work a
something.
job in real life because nobody can tolerate you.
Oh no, he doesn't want to say it. He just doesn't want to say it because then everything falls apart for him, right? He doesn't want to admit the truth.
How can anything fall apart when you have no background to discuss it?
Buddy, do you understand how fucking inconsequential you made yourself quite some time ago when you denied being a Christian and then went on to say that you know that God exists because you verified to yourself that everything is true?
It doesn't matter
you
what
claim
you
not to
say.
be a
It's
Christian?
all fucking bullshit and wild conjecture with no facts.
Oh, I'm not the one being bullshit. Okay, that's just you projecting it onto me.
Nice Harley.
Again and again and again. How many times do you have to lose the fucking argument, buddy, before you realize that you lose the argument every fucking time?
There is no argument. You have no knowledge.
I have tons of knowledge. In my
How many
knowledge,
times
God
does
is
it
not
take
part of
you
it.
to understand that you can't discuss something that you don't know anything about?
I can, in fact, I can learn about it from you.
because you never read the literature.
Well, I can, and see,
No, you can't
you
because you
guys
don't
think that
have
I'm
any
full. That's
ass
what's
under
fucked up.
your. You don't have nothing under
Buddy,
your belt
you're the
buckle,
fucking
bro.
dumbest person in the room here.
You don't have
Okay,
any.
like,
You don't have nothing up under your belt buckle, man.
oh, I'm sorry, but it's true.
I can prove it.
There's the shame of it is that you like
I
to
can
talk more
prove
than
it.
others
I
do.
can prove you have
And that's
no
probably why you
nothing
remain so
under your
stupid.
belt buckle. I can also prove that you can't do really any skills at all in the regular work environment, and you have nothing.
I don't know. I can hear you constantly relentlessly trying to personal attack me to provoke a reaction or something, but it's probably gotten you a little bit. I just dismiss you.
I dismiss you.
I just came back. What are we talking about? It's the same thing, I'm sure.
I dismiss him too.
Buddy, just constantly trying to personally attack me and shit.
No, there's no personal attacks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't discuss a wrench until you've seen one and held it.
Sorry, Tudor. It's not my fault. He's fucking fixated, right? And you know why.
Yeah, I know, and I'll say the same thing to everybody else too. Just feel sorry for the stupid son of a bitch.
He'll even answer questions that are comments that are directed towards you, Tudor.
No, I do.
I'm not going to answer any questions from a moron.
Even if I do it by name, Tudor.
I just heard my name. I was kind of in and out.
Well, obviously, he's completely fixated.
Look, man.
So what else we got?
You ain't got nothing, but we got a lot.
I just hope one day, like, I don't know, you probably will reject this, but I hope one day you find Jesus, man.
Oh, there's just no way.
Well,
I agree. I agree. There is no way. You're right. That's the only fucking thing you have been right about.
well, I can't say there's no way. That's only for God to determine, but I hope.
Only for God, because there's no stupid son of a bitch on earth that put up with that son.
I haven't looked into it, right? Obviously.
No, I legitimately do hope, though, that you do find God, that you find Jesus, man.
Well, yeah, of course, because you're a Christian fundamentalist and everything. Okay, I looked across the board at all the different.
There you go, labeling people again. You don't actually.
Hold on, buddy. Just let the man talk. I know it sounds ridiculous, but just let him talk.
You only know what he's told you. You really don't know shit.
True. He doesn't know what I've researched or what I've looked into. So to assume that to assume that I just woke up and just said, you know what, guys, I'm just gonna go be a Christian. Fuck looking into any other worldviews. Like I'm not gonna study any philosophies or ideologies. I'm just gonna be a Christian today. It didn't exactly happen that way.
Right.
But you can assume whatever you want. Like.
Yeah. Go ahead and dance with him a little bit.
Yeah, I enjoy it. Well, until it gets monotonous, which it doesn't take that long to happen, but...
Call my name when it gets to that point, Tudor. Don't snipe him.
I won't snipe him. I'll just leave if I get bored. I don't snipe out of, like, animosity. I just get bored. Like...
I can clearly understand that with him. I really can.
And I shouldn't do it, because if I'm bored, I guess I should just leave. Like...
Yeah, that's what I finally told myself one night to do, Tudor, because I kind of got in this trigger mode, and I said, hell, I'll just leave myself, But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. What were you saying?
What about the question of whether Jesus would have existed or not without Judaism?
You're eating. I can't really make out what you're asking.
Would there have been a Jesus, okay, without Judaism coming before it?
You're saying, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Are you saying, would Jesus have appeared if there was no Judaism prior to Jesus? Like, is that what you're asking?
Well, he claimed to be a Messiah, right?
Right, for the Jews, or for
yeah, exactly, for the Jews. So so it logically follows that were it not for the Jews, okay, we would not have had a Jesus.
This is true.
So there was no, but God was before that. So doesn't it fall? You got to ask these questions, Tudor.
You don't know what questions I've asked. Just make your point.
Right? Well, I didn't say, I'm saying, you have to ask these questions, okay?
Right.
And then
To assume I haven't is pretty fallacious. But go on. What is your? I assume you're trying to ask.
Did the Jews know that God exists?
Of course they did.
Really? That's not what they say. How come it is that here you claim to be some sort of expert on faith and religion and all that?
Never claimed that, but go on.
Well, no, it's about belief.
Hey, Tudor,
Right?
I just want to say this to you. His whole philosophy is to dig in, insult in some way, form, or fashion to get you to strive to justify yourself. I'm not playing his game, Mike, out.
I don't blame you, but for the sake of conversation, I'll entertain it. Where were we?
Where do these claims come from that there's a God?
Well, the initial claims of Judaism, they were passed down from the prophets and, of course, the law, which was the law of Moses, which were...
Okay, so you're talking about the Jews.
Yeah, we were talking about the Jews. Initially, God communicated, his main two means of communication to the Jews were the laws and the prophets.
So you understand that it's a claim, right? That they're making a claim that there is a God.
Right, well, what they were claiming is that God was actually in some...
Well, no, hold on. It's just a yes or no, right? So, yeah, they're making a claim that there is a God.
Right.
Now, is there any reason, to believe that they have evidence or proof or knowing that there is?
No, they didn't just say, well, one day, I just decided God's real. What happened was God was communicating. If you go according to the narrative, God was actually communicating with certain people.
Yeah, according to the claim, but...
Yeah, the claim, the narrative, the story, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, according to the claims, they were claiming that God was actually communicating with them. Like...
Okay, now if someone, say I come up to you and tell you, hey, I just heard from God, okay, and he said that, I'm like special and I'm a prophet. You should listen to me because God is telling me, okay, how you should live your life. Okay, would you believe me?
No, you'd have to actually prophesy, or
No.
you would have to say,
Wow.
well,
Yet
that's not what
Yet
the
that is exactly what you believe. Yet that is exactly what you believe.
Well, you got to
figure.
No,
That's strange. Oh, you should think about that, Tudor. Think about what
I've already thought about it. Like, can I? Yeah.
Someone's making the claim, okay, and you're deciding to believe it. But if I make the claim, you won't believe it. Why is that?
Well,
you're believing without any evidence or proof whatsoever.
I mean, if you want to go back to Abraham, God was actually communicating with him was the claim, and yeah, and the people, what God supposedly said to him actually happened, was the claim.
Oh, it actually happened. How do you know that?
Well, I mean, if you can't go back in history, why do you accept the history books? Like, I mean, how do you know that that's actually written accurately?
Well, because, some things are more reasonable. Ultimately, I really don't know for sure. Okay, what I do know, though, is like right in front of my face, which is unquestionable. But, you got to weigh the evidence. Like, I'm not a Holocaust denier. Okay, there's enough evidence to indicate that, yeah, that happened. Okay, which is not even a supernatural claim.
Tudor, listen to that one statement. You got to weigh the evidence. He's never even read the Bible. Why would you even waste your time?
Ironic, isn't it? Yeah, just for the sake of conversation.
He's got. He hasn't.
Just because it says it in a book.
He's never studied anything to even elaborate on it.
It also says in Superman comics that he came from the planet Krypton. Does that make that
change the narrative? He's going to change the narrative now.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's written, therefore it is true according to you. That's your standards.
According to you, you can prove it. You can prove the Bible no matter who wrote it. You can prove it a lie and you can't.
That's why I say this whole conversation gets circular. Like I say, it's really whether you believe the Bible or not is really a matter of conviction or not. You either believe it or you don't. And
Yeah, but here's what astonishes me, Tudor.
It's a matter of
Whether anybody believes or not, they still can't. No man on earth has ever defied it. So, see, that's what fucks with them.
common sense to believe that.
yeah, that's why there's even a debate at all about it. I mean,
Exactly. They can't prove it's not, and so therefore they have to argue it.
No, the burden of proof lies with the person making the assertion, buddy.
Burden
Okay,
of proof lies on you, brother. You want to defy it.
Dumbest shit over and over.
You can't
well, I mean, we
prove
don't even have to.
it.
Let's just take the idea. Let's just take the notion of the Abrahamic God out of the equation for a second.
Hey,
For a
buddy,
second.
can you prove to me that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
Yeah, can we get back on track here for
Can
a
you
second?
prove to me you're not a faggot?
Hey,
No,
buddy, I asked you a question.
No,
Okay,
you
can you
can't.
prove?
I asked you a
look,
legitimate
I don't want to
question,
talk.
too.
We don't have to talk about fairies and spaghetti monsters. Let's just get back on track for a second, just because I mean, okay, let's take the Abrahamic God out of the equation for a second here. When we go back
Tudor,
to,
why don't you explain to him, okay, how logic works? Sorry,
We'll
I
do
didn't
that.
mean to,
yeah, I wanted because I prefer to stay on the topic at hand instead of getting into this monotonous stuff about logic versus.
Yeah, just talk to him, Lassard.
They've been proving a negative.
Yeah, but okay, according to logic, formal logic, you don't posit a negative as a positive. Like you, okay, so when you say something doesn't exist, like they call it burden of proof, basically. He doesn't care, man. Like,
I know he doesn't care, and he should if he wants to be not called stupid, right? He gets
yeah, they
all
call it
upset.
burden of proof. Basically, if you're the one positing an idea of something not existing, or they call it a negative as opposed to a positive,
Well,
like to say this doesn't exist is a negative. So the burden of proof lies on the person making the claim that this exists because there's no evidence to support that it does exist. My counter to that would be that they're positing a self-existent universe as a logical positive.
Tudor, I disagree with that one thing. It's actually on him to prove it doesn't exist.
Which is what I just
Oh,
said, right? Because
right.
what they're positing is a self-existent universe, which there's no evidence to substantiate that either.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
really, we could say it's a god, or we could say
yeah,
it's a
if he
self-existing
picked up
universe.
a math book and said his equation in a math book was wrong, it's his burden of proof to prove that equation is wrong.
Right. Since neither god, I mean, since basically the existence or lack of can never be proven or disproven, you either believe it or you don't.
Well,
Like he's
hold on, that's a preclusive statement to say that it can't
So
either
see,
be.
he even had that backwards, Tudor.
well, it hasn't been proven that there is a god, and it hasn't been proven that this universe is a self-existent one. It's
But-
simply an unknown. Like we don't really.
Because it has not been proven, and there is no evidence to conclude so.
Well, there's
Okay, you should make that conclusion.
well
You
the
should research-
evidence of a creator would obviously be creation itself, which you're coming at
No.
from a
See,
self-existent.
that's the thing is everything is the sum of its constituent parts, each of which can be accounted for. Okay, creation evidence is creation is what you're calling it. Okay,
Right, reality,
And-
existence, yeah, basically a cause and effect. You want to talk about a causality and energy and whatever, but basically the bottom line in simple terms is what you're positing is that something came from nothing, or in this case, everything that exists came from nothing. And what I'm
No, not
positing is the
necessarily.
opposite, that everything came from something. And that something,
Well,
or that
everything-
energy, as you call it, that energy is what we're calling God. Now take the Abrahamic God out of the equation. We're just talking about a source or an origin, the origin of reality or whatever you want to call it. Like that is what they're positing as God. You don't have to attribute any human characteristics to it. Like it doesn't have to be sentient or anything like that. I'm just talking about source.
It literally makes no sense whatsoever to believe that there is a God. It makes none.
To me, it would make more sense that this came from something rather than nothing.
Does it make sense to
It's
believe? that there's
simpler
a
to
God?
believe than the latter, that it came from.
Listen, Tudor, does it make sense to believe that there's a God?
Depends on what you're calling God.
Well, you're the one, okay? Like, I don't want to go circular, dude.
Man,
I don't either, dude. That's why I don't want to get into the semantics, dude, because what you're calling energy, like we're calling it God. Are we talking about?
Yeah, listen, it's yes or no. right?
No,
Either
because it's a loaded question, and I don't answer loaded questions.
it's simple. That's as simple as it gets. It's not loaded. It's simplified, right? That's reductionism. Okay, it either does or does not make
Hey,
sense
I'll
to
go
believe.
one step further. Everything that's in the Bible and all the
That's the question.
situations and all the stuff it talks
I'm
about
just gonna.
has been verified.
Does it make sense to believe that there's a God? Okay, I choose my words very carefully there.
Yeah.
In my mind, it makes sense because God would be the source of reality, or the cause for the. It would be the cause to the effect. Like the effect is the Big Bang.
Well, but then you're saying that you can sense God, but you can't. You're lying.
I'm not
You're
saying
being-
I can sense. No, you just asked me, does it make sense to me? You didn't say,
exactly.
can I? Right, and
That's
I
what
told
making
you.
sense is.
And I
Why do you
told
think
you.
we call it common sense?
Man,
Right, and the reason
Why do
I.
you call it
I'm
common
burning out
sense?
where I
Because
come from.
Yeah, the
knowledge
reason
comes
why.
through our senses, sir. Okay, that's why no, it does not make sense to believe that there's a God, because there is zero evidence for it. Zero, literally zero. Okay, there's evidence of everything that exists.
That's coming from somebody, Tudor, that has investigated
It's that simple.
nothing.
It's that simple. You get it, Peter? You get it? I hope, if it's not an ego thing for me, I hope that I helped explain it to you there.
No, I mean,
Right,
does it make sense to you that?
Hey, you
How to
want
put
to
it?
believe.
Does it make sense to you that that creation came about without a creator?
Yep.
That makes sense to you.
Yep.
So it makes sense to you that something, in this case, everything, came from absolutely nothing.
Hey, you go one step further, okay? And
I know
you
you didn't
call
answer the question though.
a God as
Before we continue, can you just answer that?
What do I have to answer?
The question: do you believe that it makes sense that something comes from nothing?
Uh-huh.
That makes sense to you?
Absolutely. Completely. Yeah, study physics.
Yeah, I have, and it makes more
So
sense
what
to you
he means
than.
by that is that all of his
You know
knowledge
what
about the
quantum
Bible.
is,
Hold
right?
on. It makes more sense to you that something comes from nothing rather than something coming from something. Since matter cannot be created or destroyed, it makes sense to you that matter came from nothing.
It came from out of nowhere. It literally came from out of nowhere. Somewhere didn't even exist.
Nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well,
even
Tudor, listen, think about it. Okay.
that's a far more complex explanation than the simpler, more intuitive explanation that
Buck
it came
is
from
simple as
something.
fuck. He knows nothing.
Usually the simplest explanation is usually the most correct, according to Occam's razor, but you have to do these mental gymnastics to say that something, in this
No.
case everything, comes from nothing. And
You're
I
going even
don't
one step
understand
further.
the dance with this freak. I really don't.
because it's just I don't know why I do it. Maybe it's this masochistic side of me, but I for some reason I find it
Well, he
interesting.
just admitted he believes something comes from nothing. So what he's telling you also in a nutshell is that he has no knowledge of anything and has investigated nothing, but he's telling you he's still
Well,
right.
he's trying to come at it from a quantum perspective, and I respect that, I guess.
Define
But
quantum to me.
quantum would be micro, like there's micro and there's macro scale. Like when things get really, really small, like the physics is different than what we
But
perceive
he's
on a.
talking to you about the Bible and he's not studied anything.
Yeah, no, that I can't even really get on that. I think he just discredits, he dismisses it outright.
He has nothing.
Of
He
how
has
nature
nothing.
works.
He
The
has
Bible does
nothing.
not have an understanding of how nature works, and it's been proven to be wrong.
He
Okay, all over the
studied
place.
nothing.
It
He studied
led
The
nothing.
people
Bible's never been proven to be wrong.
your full little
Come on,
mind.
man. I'm really kind of starting to see things from a different light now. You're talking to a man that has already admitted that he's talking to you like he has some knowledge of the subject you're talking about when he studied nothing.
Truly, he's spiritually dead, and he doesn't understand the concept of spirituality. But
Fuck, he's more than spiritually dead. He's the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever met in my life.
he is also intellectually dishonest. But more than that, it's because he's spiritually dead.
How am I intellectually dishonest here?
Well, to posit the idea that it makes more sense to you that.
Let me ask you this question, LaSurge. Why would you try to discuss any subject with anyone without knowing anything about what you're talking about.
A valid point as well. Like, how can you refute something you never read? By outright dismissing or presupposing that the things that are said in it are false without actually researching it.
And if you dismiss that, then you have to be the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever known in my life.
I've been
You're
to a
dumber, but
that one piece of logic right there, you are the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever known.
I think the Bible refers to as willful ignorance, because like
where is any mention of dinosaurs in the Bible?
See, you
that
don't
would
want
be
to stay on
that
that subject, see.
that would be pre-Adam, I believe.
Pre-Adam. But wait, okay, all the animals all existed in that, right? You know, see, that's the thing. This, you know, the you know, religion, okay, and Christianity has been constantly misleading people. Okay, and then here comes science, okay, and it's this dispute between who's right and who's wrong, the religious people or
What did the dinosaur question have to do with all these wild assertions you're making?
That
Like,
next statement, Tudor, and then along comes science, but he has nothing to compare it to. How dumb is that,
Look,
Tudor?
I like science, man. I pure science.
Well, why do we want this chirping idiot redneck constantly fucking adding his fucking ignorance to this?
You know why? Because you're the dumbest son of a bitch on earth.
Oh, it's you. You've proven it. You fucking.
And along comes science, which I have nothing to compare science to, because I've studied nothing on the other side. But yet, along comes science.
You know, you're done, buddy. You're done. You've already lost.
Done. Your whole argument is just fucking bullshit.
If this was an intellectual Royal Rumble,
you're just talking out of your fucking head with no knowledge, you dumb son of a bitch. You're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met. You literally are. You're the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever met in my life.
I really threw you like fucking, you know,
you're just a dumb fucker living in daddy's basement with no way to ever fucking take up for yourself.
There you go. You know, it's like you kind of you're out, dude.
You can't go out. You got no skills, no knowledge of anything, but you come on here spewing shit like you know something.
No, it's like, you know, I got to talk about
just a dumb motherfucker.
It's, well, you know, obviously I'm not the dumb one, you know, and you made that up.
Obviously you are.
Well, you can just sit there. And
I don't think either of you are dumb. I just think like. I think Lesurge is just straight up spiritually dead. Like I don't expect him to understand that concept.
Hey, Tudor,
I think
it's a lot more than being spiritually dead when you sit there and know and try to debate with someone about a book you've never read.
My appreciation is in, you know, actual.
That's a lot more than just spiritually dead.
Yeah, like I say, I also think there's some intellectual dishonesty going on, but I believe that the intellectual dishonesty is a result of the spiritual lack of life, like because he
also believes that God was incarnate walking the earth. That's out there.
Damn Skippy, I do.
That doesn't make sense.
Doesn't have to.
Well, it kind of does.
Well, even I mean,
you know, that's the thing. Well, that's
a causality. Was it not you that
raised a great point, saying it doesn't have to make sense. Okay.
Well, a causality doesn't have to make sense. Yet you believe that the world, that the universe is a result of an acausal.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? I understand it.
No, you said a causality defies logic as we understand it.
Hey, I got it figured out. Lesurge is so lonely in his life because nobody can stand to be
a causality meaning that effects are produced without causes. Reactions without actions.
Now, can you understand how that principle, okay, obviates that something come from nothing?
Right, but we're saying that defies logic, so you're talking about things making sense or not making sense. So things can make sense when you want them to, and they cannot make sense when you want them to. It's whatever's convenient for you.
From nothing. You agree?
Yeah, you're saying an acausal source of, okay, you're saying an acausal origin in the universe, basically that something could come from nothing, and that makes sense. It doesn't have to. Basically, it can defy logic, and that's okay. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. That's actually the crux of
right.
it.
So God can defy logic, and that's not okay. But a causality can defy logic, and that is okay.
God, dude. God is going a step beyond. You're positing something beyond even that. Okay, that's that's why I laughed so hard when you said that you don't make presuppositions when you obviously do.
No, I don't presuppose. You could say
Yeah, if you believe in God, that's a presupposition.
no. The
Uh
thing,
huh.
no,
No.
because I didn't always believe in God.
You're being either you're dishonest or you're stupid. Right? It's one of the
You
two.
know, I'm not stupid, and I'm not being dishonest either. So I don't.
I don't know how smart you are though either.
Well,
Figure
whatever.
it out. You got to question your beliefs, but you're not doing that. Right? You're not holding it to Occam's razor. You're not being critical about this.
Actually, Occam's razor would say that usually the simplest outcome is the most correct. In this case,
Exactly.
you're talking about a causality. It would be more simple to believe that something came from something rather than saying something came from nothing. But that is exactly the position you're holding. So according to Occam's razor, you failed. Like,
Yeah, but okay, nothing. Okay, in these terms, okay, the
well, sir,
constraints.
I gotta say, man, Bud's kind of right. Like,
No, the constraints on what constitutes nothing in this case, okay, is
lack of
specific to
something.
our
We
reality.
know what nothing means. So nothing is a lack of something.
Yeah. Okay. Here. Okay. Like, think about
I think it's in the truck.
space.
Yeah. I don't know where your truck is. Where is your truck?
Don't forget to tell him Van Helsing's in the fucking house here. Oh. Yeah, well, it kind of ended, I had tutor again, right? Obviously. It's obviously a presupposition, which he claims that he doesn't make, and I'm hoping that he will mature intellectually because, we need more fucking decent people helping these fucking whack jobs get away from their cult. But, he's one of the worst. And unfortunately, there's an entire industry to brainwash these fucking people into religion in the U.S. And well, we got it too.
Yeah, I'm back.
You could just told him Van Helsing's in the house.
What happened? What did I miss?
So you should have told him that Van Helsing is in the house.
Van Helsing. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
I must be missing something.
Well, I'm fucking Van Helsing, right?
Say again.
I'm Van Helsing. Were you
You're
talking to your brother? You were talking to your
No.
brother, weren't you? Oh.
Well,
never mind.
not the one that you were talking to. Younger
Oh,
brother.
you got lost.
I got two.
Oh. I hope he's not a whack job like you.
Arguably worse, but
Really?
in a different way.
Yeah. That's how it is. It is what it is. Brothers, right? He's just punk bitch, little punk bitch motherfucker, right?
Well, You know the dynamic between brothers. Born for adversity. But
So,
you know, at the end of the day, they're still your brother. So
yep. Yep.
yeah.
No, I just, I hardly ever say things like this. So.
But anyway, like I say, the whole. I just. We live in such crazy, strange times, man. I blame the information age, really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because, yeah, we live in an age of relative truth now and subjective morals, and basically things can be.
Yeah. That's not, okay, saying that too, saying we live in an age of relative truth. Okay, that's,
Ooh,
that's solipsism there, right? That's solipsism.
no, what I'm saying is I don't believe in relative truth, but we live in the age now where there's so much data out there that people are positing everything as the truth, when in
Hmm.
fact they cannot all be true at the same time. Because,
Exactly. Yeah, and the contradictions. One's going to be,
yeah, that was
either
my
true or
point.
false,
When I say
or
we live in this age of relative truth, I'm simply saying that we live in an age where everything and nothing can both be posited as true. And it's basically just creating pure chaos. Like,
that's always how it is. That's nothing new. It's always been
but
like
no, with
that.
the advent of the internet age, it's actually, or the information age, it's
Yeah, but
definitely gotten
that's
it's gotten much
yeah,
more convoluted because now we have things like
and
fake news and we have all these
yeah,
different
yeah,
religions being
yeah.
made.
And how is it that we confirm whether or not something is true?
That's the question.
Well, that's the question I'm putting to you. Why don't you
Well,
answer that?
I
that's
can answer
the
that. You read the fucking book, dumbass.
Really? So that reading the book
Really?
then
You read the
that's
no. It's actually
motherfucker.
that's actually a
There's
more
your answer.
complex. That question is actually more complex. It would require a pretty in-depth answer. It's not something you could just simply say read a book, because how do you know that book is actually, most things you
exactly.
would have to actually test, and since we don't have the equipment to test reality, like, we have to
Well,
trust
yes, we
certain
do.
things. We're not there. We have to trust
Yeah,
journalists.
right.
We have to trust
No, no,
journalists to present the news to us. We have to trust scientists
come on,
that they're
come on now.
providing accurate findings. We have to trust. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to trust now. We have to trust many different sources. It kind of goes back to what you were talking about with the
Well,
project,
here's the thing,
with the Project Mockingbird, and how
thing,
basically they can just synthesize fake propaganda news, like,
to
and how do
this,
you know that sort of thing doesn't seep into other aspects of infrastructure, like, you know,
you know full well why you won't go down that line of questioning.
which line of questioning?
Well, about what the constraints are for discernment,
Oh,
right?
discerning truth.
Yeah,
Well, I believe we can we can observe and test reality, and that would be
uh-huh,
true. That's what we call science, or the scientific method.
uh-huh,
So I agree that that's truth, but
uh-huh.
that only
Whoops.
explains, like, how things work. It doesn't provide an explanation as to why any of this is actually happening, or, I mean, because there's different layers of the truth.
Yeah, but why
We
is
could
it?
understand how the world works down to the subatomic level, which we don't yet, or probably never will, but we, not without the aid of AI anyway, which the singularity is coming up, so no telling where technology will advance from there. But I digress. What I'm saying is, right now, our current means of ascertaining truth, the best we have is the scientific method. We used to rely on philosophy, but
Well,
or
yeah,
thought, or, we would create
uh,
various schools of thought to basically try and
uh,
understand what's going on. But philosophy was attempting to understand why, as well as how things worked. Science can strictly only observe what is going on, and so it can, within that constraint,
okay.
it can only really address what is going on,
Yeah.
but it can't
So
address
if you
why.
are okay, so if you are seeking truth, you have to hold yourself to that constraint, right?
The constraint of
of actually verifying.
Well, that's the scientific method of truth. However, like I say, it can only ascertain what is going on. It cannot ascertain why, if any, meaning behind it. And as humans are geared to understand why, or what is the cause for their existence, it goes back to the oldest question: what is the meaning of life?
It can ascertain why.
It cannot ascertain why we're here. Not with anything meaningful. It'll just say we're here to procreate and propagate our species.
Well, this is
But that's not
cause and
really
effect.
why you're here. Like,
This is cause and effect, right? Like this. This happened because of this, right? If you're saying because, okay, that's explaining why, right?
so now you want to attribute causality into the mix when the whole entire universe was acausal. I like that. And by I like that, I'm being completely sarcastic.
Well, isn't that the very foundation that you use to posit God as a creator? Like,
I don't posit him as like a logical Well, in a sense, I believe it makes more sense, even according to Occam's razor. But that's not even the reason why I believe in God. The reason why I believe in him is
dude, look at fucking Pat go. He is a beast.
Like search.
Yeah,
what's he doing?
he's a beast. He's just.
Because I'm not looking at the chat. Is he on the chat?
He works so hard. Look at him go.
What you doing, Packy? Our industrious little Pakistani.
He's a beast, man.
What's he doing? Hold on, let me look at it.
Look at him go. Like, he's just and there's no quit in him. There ain't no quit.
Where are you, Packy? It's because when I'm looking when I'm on mobile. Wait, what is he doing? Is he in the Hangouts or something? Like,
well, I see him on the. Yeah, he's in the Hangouts, of course. He works like a beast here. He's gonna have a nice shower after too. Yeah, Tudor, you're not being intellectually honest. If you agree that people should be holding themselves to the constraints of actual discernment for what is true and what isn't, okay, then you can't harbor a belief in the Bible. That's a contradiction.
sorry, I was looking at the chat. What are we talking about?
You know how many times you've lost the debate already, Tudor?
You guys gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
Or were we even debating?
Well, sort of, discussion, whatever, right? You're saying that, you're arguing that to find truth, okay, you have to think a certain way. Okay, so you're advocating for science, okay, but you're, harboring a rejection of it. Okay, now why is that?
No, I don't reject it. You're misunderstanding. There's two types of truth. There's actually two types. There's truth that we can observe with our senses, and then there's truth that can only be revealed. The second kind
that can only be revealed. How? See, that's not what the word reveal means.
Revealed in a biblical sense. If you look it up, the word revelation, it's the definition. Let me just pull it out because I don't know it verbatim, but
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about a biblical sense of the word, okay?
Exactly.
Which is something which is supernatural.
Right.
All right. So which you can't actually know. Okay. So it's specific to yourself,
which is why I call it a system of belief.
No, that's abandoning. Okay, all critical thought. That's abandoning the scientific method. That's abandoning, okay, the proper search for truth.
My God.
You have abandoned.
Which is why Tudor always wins.
Which is why I always win.
That's why he's a religious wingnut, right? Because
but I don't disregard science. I still stay up to date with modern physics. I enjoy understanding what's going on. I'm not opposed to science. I don't see why they.
Tell me about your revelation.
Oh, that Jesus is God, or that He died for our sins, and we're sinners and stuff.
What's your personal revelation here? Tell me, show me on the doll where Jesus touched you.
I don't know how to
Dude,
put it,
how
man.
can you even entertain it, man?
It's funny, huh? I don't know. It's
It's
cause I've kind of
I
been
would I would use the word dreadful.
dreadful. That's a funny word. I hardly get to use that.
Yeah, how about you,
Yeah, I
bud?
wouldn't.
Show me on the doll where it is that Jesus touched you.
It's because he doesn't get it, man.
He doesn't get shit.
As a humanist, he believe.
He's the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever known.
It's funny. No, I just find the dynamic opposition in worldviews to be fascinating and also humorous. Like
Well, one of us is more right than the other. Now, who is it?
you would say you, and
It damn sure ain't you, LaSurge. You can rest.
I'm not even gonna say me because that's completely inconsequential at this point. That's not what God's about. God isn't about I'm right, you're wrong. God is about I'm God. Like, period. Like,
Oh, really? God is about I'm God and what God and where, and you can't back any of this up. Now I can back up reality with
look, I don't
100%.
disagree with reality. Obviously, we're living in it. Like,
Yeah,
you act like I'm somehow dynamically opposed to science. Like, not the case. Like, I just happen to be a Christian, man. I don't know why that bothers you so much.
Well, because you're in a
Because
cult.
It's the same way he can't accept that Trump won, man.
okay, I don't even want to get into politics right now, but
I accept that Trump won. It was just fucking. It was awful
well, the
for the
thing is,
world.
LaSurge, like as a Christian, like I wish I, how to put it, like I mean you no ill will whatsoever. Like in fact, I want the best for you, for everyone, really. But it's
Yeah.
So do
so. I
I.
mean, it's not like I don't
That's why
want
I'm trying to help you out of your,
Hey,
your.
in
that's what
some really egotistical way. I'm sure you are, but it's beyond that for me, man. Like I don't. It's not like any of the things that you're positing I haven't
you're
considered.
so
It's
nice,
just
Tudor. You're so nice.
I'm not really nice, man.
Well, here's the thing. When I got a motherfucker sitting there telling me that he'd be happy if all Americans died, I couldn't give a flying fuck what happens to that son of a
That's
bitch.
not what I said, though, is it?
Yeah, I believe that was an exaggeration.
Well, that's not what I said. He's
I'm
paraphrasing.
sure you said things to the effect, and I don't want to misquote you, but something along to the effect of I'm glad 9/11 happened. I cheered. I wish America would get nuked. Things to that effect. Now, do I
I
hold you to
don't
everything you
care if
say?
he walks out of his door first thing in the morning and gets hit by a fucking Mack truck.
Right, but what Jesus preached, this is the like,
That's
because I
not
mean,
what
the
Jesus would want for the boy. But
no, 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 no,
anybody who
no.
wishes that kind of harm on an entire country and really means it, maybe he needs to get hit by a fucking truck.
Well, isn't that what I see? He's mischaracterizing, right? He's lying.
Well, the thing is, he may have just been exaggerating, is because he's fundamentally opposed to.
Not what I
Because
said.
he's
That's not what I
psychologically
said.
fucking
How many times
challenged.
have I
That's
spoken
what
out?
it is.
Okay, the bottom line is what Jesus would have is that everyone gets saved and reconciled to God, who
Right.
is the
I
source
hope
of all
that
of this.
for him too, but before that happens, I think he's gonna have to get hit by a fucking Mack truck.
Sometimes some pretty messed up stuff has to happen
This guy. Listen
before
to
you
this
humble
guy.
yourself. Like, but the thing is, even as
Listen to
Christian,
this guy.
even
I
as non,
guarantee you, if you were standing right beside him when he got hit by that Mack truck, the first fucking thing he'd do, God help me, please, God.
Listen to this guy. Hey, Tudor, who would you rather see hit by a truck, me or him?
neither one of you I would want to see hit by a truck.
That wasn't the question. I framed that specifically.
Oh
Yeah, and I
God,
specifically
please,
avoided that because I
oh
honestly
God,
would not.
please help me, oh
It's kind of
God.
like
I'd
it.
rather see him get hit by a truck than me.
I think, yeah, I'm sure you would. Obviously, you don't want to get hit by a truck, so I would imagine you'd prefer him to get hit by a truck if it had to be one or the other. But
Well, I can't say the same. I can't give that same answer about everyone.
Right, I
There
can't.
are people who I would rather see myself get hit by a truck than them. There are people I put
I
over
can't
myself.
think of anybody right now on my list. It's you, man. You take top priority.
Well, how do you, unless you're astral projecting, how exactly do you see yourself get hit by a truck?
No, it's
I'm just being silly. No, but really, the point is, though, as a Christian man, I know you think it's like some kind of dangerous cult or whatever. I know. There's been many atrocities done in
He
the
doesn't
supposed
believe that, Tudor. You don't really believe that, do you? He doesn't believe that.
in the.
He's just sitting on here spewing bullshit. He don't even know what the fuck he believes.
Uh-oh.
He
Here
doesn't
he
know
goes.
what the fuck he believes, man. He's a
Well, he
fucking
knows. Okay, well, he knows what
idiot.
he doesn't believe. We can say that much. We know
He's
he knows
fucking
what he.
lost in fucking outer space, dude.
Right. No, it's more accurate to say there are things
Debate
that I do not
anything.
believe.
That's just like somebody going to a debate and they don't have anything at
To say
all.
Well,
that
he's
I
coming at it
know.
from the free thinking position where he holds all as a possibility until proven otherwise. And the thing is, if you're intellectually honest, God hasn't been proven otherwise. Like, it's just you see no tactile proof that to your senses, even though
Yeah.
reality exists. You
Well,
want to
that's
attribute to.
Corinthians 3, verse 4. What does it say, LaSurge?
I don't know. What does it
There
say?
you go. Write that shit off to him, Tudor. God damn, man. Why do you even waste your time with a dumb son of a
Buddy,
bitch?
Would
buddy,
you
can you
Corinthians
Psalm
which one?
91, Psalm 93. You know any fucking thing you've never even read the motherfucker.
91's pretty potent.
buddy, do you have the entire Bible memorized? Oh, he can't answer that, can he? Buddy,
I'm
do
not
you
gonna
have the
answer
entire
none of
Bible
your dumb
memorized?
shit. You're a fucking stone wall to me.
Look at this. He just goes dead quiet because his fucking little hamster wheel
Yeah,
is
because
running
you're
overtime.
so fucking dumb. It
That
just
little hamster wheel
astonishes
working overtime, didn't that, buddy?
It
Yeah.
astonishes me. You're so fucking stupid, man.
Dude, you know what it is, buddy? It's spiritual blindness, man. It's not. It's they're
No,
the only.
Tudor, it's a lot deeper than that. It goes back to his childhood. The son of a bitch is sick as fuck, dude.
Oh, poor buddy.
It actually does go to a call. It goes to causality, like cause and effect, like this.
It's nothing to do with
the
his spirit, Tudor. That's
Boil that up.
son of a
Keep a
bitch.
little fucker.
Believe it or not, it really does, man. People don't reject God because their spirit is right. Like people reject God because they, in their
Oh, his
spirit, they.
spirit's fucked up, but that's by far his only problem.
No, what it does is it perverts the mind, though. It distorts, like, and it.
Oh, really? That's okay. Actually,
That's why I wanted to keep this between me and you.
Listen
And
to
Bud, I
him.
appreciate your
You can
commentary.
You can tell
God
he's
is
got
perverted
psychological
mind.
problems, Tudor. Just listen to
How
his
about the
laugh.
Bible? You think the Bible hasn't perverted
I
your
mean, come
mind?
on, man. Nobody would even allow themselves to laugh like that in public if they had any decency
You know,
in their
it's pretty
mind.
obvious. The Bible's perverted.
Look, man, the
You can hear his problem.
Don't you think the Bible's perverted your mind?
well, the thing is, man, we're all full of problems, dude. That's why we need. That's exactly why we need Christ, man.
That tells you right there he's got nothing.
Some people say you laugh when you're nervous. Some people say you laugh when.
Well, listen to this fucking guy, right? You know, he's just all upset because I asked a question that he
Nah,
couldn't
man,
answer.
you just waste everybody's time every day on this motherfucker.
I'm not here to waste time, dude.
Really? That's all you do.
Well, that's kind of your fault. You know, maybe you should fucking get up to speed.
It's kind of your fault.
Maybe you should get up to speed, right?
Maybe you should do some speed.
No, I think you should definitely lay off the methamphetamines.
He just talks, okay? That's the thing. He just opens his mouth and words come out, right? There's like no substance to it.
And words come out. Words come out.
Well, you know,
Okay. Fine. It's safe to say that Buddy and LaSurge have seriously opposed worldviews. We get that. Now
Yeah,
we're not
one
going to get.
question: whether or not it's a coincidence that Buddy shares a name that is very commonly held for ventriloquist dummies.
Okay, we're. Am I gonna have the mic out? I really didn't want to mic out.
Yeah, I should. You're right, Tudor. I should give him a rest.
I'm saying that is the central doctrine of Christianity, man. It's not about I'm holier than you or I'm better than you or I'm gonna go kill people that don't believe what I believe, man. Hell no, that's not what Jesus was talking about at all.
No, I know, not you. Okay, but the Jews.
What about the Jews?
Well, can you say the same about the Jews?
Well, the problem with the Jews was you look at the Old Testament, and essentially the narrative goes, it repeats. It's a cycle that repeats itself. Like
Uh-huh.
God reveals Himself to His people, the Jews, and for a time they obey Him, and everything's gravy, everything's sunshine and roses, and then they decide that they want to rebel against God,
So it
and
is said that,
right,
sorry, it's
we're going
what,
with the narrative here. So they rebel, and for a time they receive the recompense for the rebellion,
they
which in
supposedly,
right
okay,
could
yeah,
be enslavement, a number of different things happen, but eventually they put their trust in God, and God saves them again anyway, and blah, it goes back and forth, back and forth. They rebel, they repent, they rebel, they repent, and it goes like that. And basically, I'm just to give you a little bit of background on what the law was about, was basically they were given like 613 laws, like literally things that they had to obey. And when they broke the law, they would have to offer like a blood sacrifice, like they would have to kill something to atone for their sins, like and offer the sacrifice like a burnt offering for their sins. And this was symbolic of atoning for their sins, but it didn't actually take their sins away, like because they were still doing it, obviously. So Jesus comes, and he's basically this. When we're going with the narrative here, he is the one without sin, because what he is he was conceived by the Holy Spirit, by, you know, the story, by a Virgin Mary. Like he didn't have a earthly dad or whatever. Like, well, he did, but he wasn't conceived by it. And so basically, the story goes that Jesus was here to bring salvation to both the Jews and everyone else. Like he's basically there to put man back in right standing with God, because that's how man was created to be. And the only reason man ever deviated from that was due to receiving the knowledge of good and evil, which you understand in the Genesis narrative, the knowledge of good and evil. Like, basically, they weren't able to do evil because they didn't understand what it was, but they did know that they were disobeying God when they took the knowledge. And in
which is why you think, sorry, just, so that, okay, that kind of explains why so many Christians will try and accuse atheists of not having any actual morality.
which I don't believe. I think that our natural morality is corrupt, because it doesn't mean that you can't do good things, and it doesn't mean you don't have a conscience. It just
Well, hold on. Doesn't the fact that atheists are moral, okay, prove to you that the morality that is infused into the Bible actually comes from, just human virtues, regardless
well,
of
the
whether there's
issue
a
is you
God
don't
or
really
not?
see yourself in a, like, you see yourself in a false light, so to speak, when you don't have. And I don't want to get too far into it, but yeah, like you can only be. You don't see your flaws as much when they're not shown to you or revealed to you. Like you sort of.
Well, it's, my
I
point
don't
is,
know. It's hard to imagine that if there was
my
someone that would
point,
actually die for his enemies, like
yeah,
who,
but
no one would
this
really
is
do that. Like,
yeah, but my point being, okay, is that morality is not something which is exclusive to religion, as the Bible would have you believe.
no, the Bible doesn't say that. He says that every man has a conscience, and that even those who don't know God do naturally
No,
do.
hold on now.
Well, I
Hold
can
on
actually.
now. Okay, you were saying that, okay, that right and wrong comes from the Bible, right? That
No, the what I was saying was that good and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil, came basically where people.
knowledge of good and evil came from, exactly. See, that is what you said.
No, well, it didn't come from. Well, I'm not saying it came from the Bible. It came from receiving it from
That's
eating the
what you're
fruit of the
saying.
knowledge of good.
Okay,
Try
do
and
you
hear me out.
know? Okay, that good and evil
I'm
cannot.
not saying that morality came from a fruit. I'm saying that the knowledge of it, or the
Yeah,
did the
and I'm proving to you that that cannot possibly be true because I am not biblical. I am not religious, and I
right,
understand
and you don't
that there
have
is
to be, and that's not
no
what I'm
right and
saying.
wrong.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying. Let me elaborate a little bit. What I'm
Oh,
saying is that
okay.
naturally, what we've received by what Adam did is a natural disposition
By what? Adam? Really? Adam? So
towards
you believe
evil.
that? Adam was a real
towards separation from God, basically, is what we're talking about here.
Wow. Well, that is what it says in the Bible, isn't
Now,
it?
there's also a scripture that says that those who do not have God naturally do the things. I'd like to
Yeah.
actually pull it up because there's a scripture that
And-
addresses basically exactly your.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on though. Okay, you brought up Adam, right? You know, saying that Adam, exists, and you believe in the Bible. And now, do you
We
know
were going
about-
with the Genesis narrative. Like I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm giving
well,
you some
that's your
insights into what I
narrative.
believe. I'm not saying that this is
That's your crazy beliefs. That's
right.
your
Right.
crazy,
That's why I said belief. Though you asked me what I
Yeah.
believe. I'm not in any way positing these things as truth. I'm just saying what I believe to be
yeah,
true.
obviously crazy, right? Obviously
Yeah, because
crazy.
to you I'm obviously insane. So just humor a crazy person.
Well, that's what I've been doing. That's what I
Right.
do fucking all night here, isn't it?
And I'm sure I'm your favorite to humor.
You're up there. Yeah. So because you're just saying that with Adam, okay, and the Bible being true, okay. Now I was going to ask you about what you know about mitochondrial Adam and mitochondrial Eve. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, like Adam and Eve archetypes. Like explain a little bit about that.
Well, mitochondrial Adam and mitochondrial Eve, okay, represent specific markers of genetic mutation, okay, that it's the descendant of each one of those, respectively, female and male individuals from which all modern human descendants are descended.
Right. And
Yeah, well, that's a fact, right? You know
right.
that, right? That's actually a fact. Okay, now how about your version of Adam that's in the Bible? Is that a fact?
Well, they don't contradict one another, though. They're both
Yeah,
facts.
yeah.
Well, I mean, coming from my perspective, the mitochondrial Adam and Eve, I don't discount as I don't say that
But it is a
isn't
fact that you agree on. So the question
right.
is,
That's a fact that I agree on. What we disagree on is the actual
Adam and
account of
Steve.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Steve.
well, it's, is your Bible a fact then? Is the Bible a fact?
Adam and Steve, motherfucker. Get your fucking mouth, Luzerne. I've had enough. You're fucking overloading me, bitch.
Dude, one of these days, really, instead of a class reunion,
That's a dumb motherfucker.
instead of a class reunion, we need to have a people's cornerstone reunion where everyone just gets together and lights up for once. Like,
Well, you should look into that.
no,
Buddy.
I'm familiar with mitochondrial Adam and Eve, but
Yeah, I know. And if Buddy
Hey,
isn't.
Pooter,
Buddy,
do you usually see D back in the morning?
if I'm on it, I haven't been on in the mornings typically.
Well, guess
Buddy.
what?
See, listen to this fucking guy.
What do you
Buddy,
want, pussy?
Being rude there.
What do you want, pussy?
Well, you don't have to name call, okay, and act like a little baby.
Okay, what do you want, Billy Bobs?
Well, okay, you're still doing it. Because it's all
Hey,
you
Tudor,
know.
if you're going to be in here in a little while, do you know how to share controls?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so I'm getting ready to show you. Whatever you do, don't snipe anybody, okay?
No, I won't. Like I said, I'm not gonna snipe anybody today.
All right,
I
there
don't
you
know
go.
about tomorrow.
Did you see where I just shared it with you?
Yeah, let me look on my screen because I had to. When I'm on mobile, I actually have to hold the phone up to my ear like it.
Okay, so what you do is you go to that little control room and you click control room, and then you go to the person's name and click the down arrow.
I hate mobile Hangouts interface. It doesn't give me all the options, man.
All right,
Damn
do
it.
you see where it? Do you see control room to the left?
I know. I've seen it on the
The bottom insignia thing.
Are you on mobile or are you on your laptop?
Laptop, my regular home PC.
Yeah, see, because I'm on. I am actually on mobile, and when I'm on mobile, it doesn't give me full functionality. Like it doesn't present the entire interface. Like so, I can't see the actual control panel. Like
Okay, well that sucks.
access to it on mobile. I don't know if it's just.
Okay. All right, well I'm gonna go to bed in a minute. This shit's putting me to sleep, man. But
there you go.
I'll hang out a little bit longer. I'm waiting for somebody to. I don't want to leave everybody modless.
I really don't need mods.
Buddy the Christian.
As long as
as long as we're not sniping each other, that's cool with me.
So if they come in and they're not unhidden, they can still unmute.
I think they can.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure, but I think.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bore you to tears, man, but
No, it's not that. Hey, just so you know, I don't know why, but whatever device you're on, when I just shared that with you, your volume got just a little bit lower.
that's weird.
Yeah, it's almost like it fucking overloaded the son of a bitch or
Yeah,
something.
it's like weighing them down.
So it
Push
made
them
you
away.
lag or whatever happened. But anyway, I mean, I can still hear you fine and everything. I'll stay up a few more minutes, man, but I just didn't want to leave without somebody having some kind of, to unmask people and shit. So, but anyway, I'll hang out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think they call it the Y chromosomal atom and the mitochondrial Eve. I think is like the counterpart to the
Well, they're
mitochondrial Eve.
both. Yeah. Okay.
Y
Yeah.
chromosomal atom, if I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But regardless,
Okay.
I don't discount those. But I'm actually talking about the
Well, there's
literal.
no question. It has to be, right? It has to be.
Right. Like I
It
said,
has
I
to be that
believe
way.
those.
Okay. Well, that kind of proves your Bible wrong in the Garden of Eden, doesn't it?
No, how so?
How so? How? Wait, are you fucking kidding me?
Well,
What do you mean, how so? It's like, are you fucking, like, see, this is where you put me in the position of
if you're gonna
resisting
say
calling you stupid. Like, it cannot be any more obvious. They're contradictory. Okay, both cannot be true. Now, one of them has to be true, the other has to be false. Obviously, that proves your Bible false. Like I say, that's all that science does, is prove the Bible false. But you're very invested in it, so you want to hold on to it, right? Because you've been, thinking that you're right about this again and again and again, right? And you've argued, okay, and you've worked it in your mind, all right? But if you want to actually hold yourself to the constraints of, actual reasonable knowledge, okay, and have people take you seriously, then you're going to have to abandon, okay, what is bullshit.
The mitochondrial atom, or the mitochondrial Eve, excuse me, and the Y chromosomal atom, Adam and Eve.
Yeah, which proves the biblical narrative false. That proves your Bible is not true.
No,
right there.
They're calling.
Oh, it certainly does. See, now you're just going back into denial. All this bullshit again.
Well, you're gonna have to explain why that proves it wrong.
No. See, you know that I got you there. You know that I got you.
Because you simply.
Oh, yes, you do.
You make an assertion without.
You're being intellectually dishonest yet again, Tudor.
No, it's fine, dude. But if you're gonna make an assertion like that, you need to substantiate it with facts. Now, when I ask you why, does it?
You just agreed that it's fact. Okay.
Yeah, mitochondrial Eve and
don't you play these fucking games with me.
chromosomal atom is Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which does not agree with your biblical narrative, which proves that the Bible is not true.
How does it disagree with the biblical narrative?
Think about it.
I'm asking you, since you're the one who posited it.
Bullshit. You're just fucking talking shit. Use your head.
No, you're the one making a claim. I'm asking you to substantiate it. Why does it disagree with the Bible? If mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam are in actuality Adam and Eve as described in Genesis, how does that conflict with one another? How does one conflict with the other? Since they're estimated to be around 200,000 to 300,000 years old, and since it never states the age of the Earth in the Bible, I don't really see where the two conflict with one another.
I feel like Zorro sometimes.
I don't know.
Well, you're thinking there. You should come back and look at this video again. What time? What are we into here?
Well, I'm just saying one doesn't really discount the other. Like mitochondrial atom and Y chromosomal, or I got that backwards. Y chromosomal atom and mitochondrial Eve, I believe, are actually Adam and Eve and the Genesis narrative. Now, how does one conflict with the other exactly? I don't really get that.
Oh, you don't think about it.
If you
Obviously,
explained
they
it,
do conflict,
maybe I can
right?
understand where you're coming from if you were to explain it. You know.
I already have explained and everything, and it's just for you to keep pondering on.
okay,
Keep
man.
pondering on that contradiction there, Tudor.
If you're
Okay, now
incapable of explaining it,
sort out
that
what
would
is
be
the truth. Go with the truth. Go with the truth. You're a truth seeker. Go with the
right.
truth.
Mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam still doesn't conflict with the Genesis.
Are facts. Yeah, that's facts.
Right,
Go
and
with the
I
facts.
agree with those facts, but yet they don't disagree
One
with
of,
the Genesis
well,
narrative.
there's a contradiction here. Now, one of them is reliable, one of them is not. Okay, which means you have to discard what is not fucking true, which is proven to be false, which is unfortunately for you.
No, to
which,
call Adam and Eve, to label them mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam still doesn't discount or disprove.
That's where humanity comes from, dude. This is where our modern
Adam and Eve,
which is proven by genetics, dude. So that directly conflicts what your biblical narrative is. Okay, so obviously your biblical narrative is false.
Well, they're just
and science is obviously
they're just
true.
tacking on additional words to Adam and Eve. Like, yeah,
Dude,
it was Adam and Eve, man. God made Adam, made Eve out of Adam.
I told you you're the egoistic one and narcissistic and
no,
shit.
I'm just explaining to you why they don't conflict with one another.
Hey, I've had time
I'm not disagreeing.
No, I'm older.
I'm not disagreeing with mitochondrial Eve or Y chromosomal Adam, but I'm simply saying that those do not
You're in
disagree.
Extreme dissonance right now because you just
no, I think you suffer mostly from double think.
All I can do is shine the light.
You have dissonance
you do the
going on.
walking.
I think it's most.
Do you have an interest in truth or not? Follow for truth. Right? Truth is the only thing that ever wins. Right? It's better for everyone to understand what their own delusions are, okay, and recognize it and plow forward. Right? And cast aside what we were wrong about and adopt what is more, what is reliable.
I hope one day you do that. I really do.
Oh, really? After you just fucking contradicted, and demonstrated how the Bible could not possibly be true, which is my position.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Don't say no, dude. You're done, okay? You're done here, right? Just like Buddy did himself in earlier.
Make any sense. Mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam date back to approximately 200 to 300,000 years ago. That in no way conflicts with the Genesis narrative, as it doesn't state the of the world.
Can you turn up your microphone, RJ? It's really low.
Richard.
Oh, we got Richard.
Yeah, can you turn up your microphone, Jay Shooter? It's really low. I have the control room, but I don't want to really mess around.
Can you hear me better now? Am I better now? Any better now?
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you.
That's weird. Anyway, yeah, I'm just simply stating that you didn't really disprove anything, since they're dated to be about 200,000 to 300,000 years old, and the 600,000 year Earth thing is not actually specified in the Bible. So I guess if you're going with the presupposition that I believe the Earth is 6,000 years old, you'd be wrong. So you really didn't.
Well, it conclusively demonstrates, though, that one came before the other.
Which you're saying that which came before what?
The female came first.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, it does. It conclusively proves that. Genetics conclusively proves, without a doubt, that the first descendant of modern humans to have evolved, it was actually the female side that came first, and then all
So
modern.
female just evolved from what exactly? Human female evolved from what?
Well, from the Homo sapien, right? Because we are Homo sapiens sapien, right? If you learn the science, okay, there's no question that this proves your biblical narrative to be false. It's absolutely incontrovertible. And that's just one piece of evidence. It's not as though there aren't actually literally millions others. There's millions of ways to prove the Bible is not true.
See, how does I wasn't familiar with it. I'm not familiar with that. How does DNA show that female came first?
Well, look into it.
Well, I would, but it'd be simpler.
Okay, mitochondrial Eve. Go study, right? There's I'll send you on the right path.
I don't feel like studying. I'm just asking questions.
Right, he's saying if you understand the concept, you should be able to explain it in a fairly easy to understand way. If you actually understand it.
I can lead you through it if you want me to hold your hand and lead you all through it. Okay, but like I already know, and I've already gone over it, and Richard's the one coming here.
He's just asking you to summarize the basic, like, how is it that science can prove that the female came before the male?
Well, through genetics. Go read up on it. There's tons. It's
right. That's not.
So
that's not a.
That's not an answer to the question. But if you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. Okay.
I did answer the question. I said, go look.
Saying through genetics or go look. Right. That typically indicates that you don't know it as well as you're positing that you do.
There's an old expression that says if you can't explain something simply,
understand that's how it is. That is how it is.
Well, okay. Well, thank you. I'll go look it up. I should start with mitochondrial Eve. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Y chromosomal atom, mitochondrial Eve.
I took part in the human. Well, not me. It was my brother, but we're both from the same parents, so right, we have the same fundamental genetics, right? So we know, and I've seen the map. That's why, when I say Viking, it's like I come from Viking. You can look it up. I'm from the IA haplogroup, and that's the Vikings.
Yeah, and I descend from King Henry VIII. What's your point?
Well, are you?
Actually, yeah, I am.
Yeah. Do you know that? Have you been genetically tested?
Yeah.
Really? What's your primary haplogroup?
I mean, I'd have to get the results again, but I can. I did the Ancestry.com.
You know what your primary fucking haplogroup is?
Like I said, I wasn't super invested in it.
Yeah, bullshit.
I'd pay to get it done again, really.
Bullshit. You're fucking full of shit, dude. You're full of shit.
Ancestry.com, anybody could do it.
That's not genetic testing. Ancestry.
No, it's not as accurate as getting like a straight up DNA test, which that actually costs like a couple $100 at least.
Computer, look at now. You're trying. Listen to this. You little fibber, you. And you got caught, you little fibber. Okay.
Like you haven't been known to stretch the truth.
This has been a productive night. I see. The thing is, you're gonna try to hold on to your narrative and your ideology and your worldview. You're gonna reject truth and facts and science and reason to go back to, right? You're emotional. You cling on to this. Okay. Now it's a choice, though. Right now you have the choice of which way to proceed here, and I would implore you to proceed down the right path. Okay, and follow truth. Follow truth, man. Right? That's what being intellectually honest is all about. And you'll win fucking you're so smart. You'll win fucking so many arguments and so many debates. You're a smart kid.
Thank you, I guess.
So I'm
Man.
not sure how the mitochondrial Eve, just out of my short reading on Wikipedia, aligns with what you said. Here's common misconceptions. One common misconception surrounding mitochondrial Eve is that since all women alive today descended in a direct, unbroken female line from her, she must have been the only woman alive at the time. However,
No, of course, there's several. All the others died out. All the other lines.
no, that's not true. That's not true. That's the misconception.
Listen.
Could you let me finish what I was going to say, please? However,
you're just trying to
nuclear
check
DNA studies indicate that the size of the population never dropped below tens of thousands. Other women living during Eve's time have descendants alive today, but not in a direct female line.
There you go. Keep reading, dude. Okay, keep reading. Learn, study.
Right, and
Stuff like
the point is that it isn't just one woman that you're talking about.
It's not the only one alive. Exactly.
Not every person alive.
Exactly, which proves that the biblical narrative could not possibly be true. You're not contradicting
Well,
or
no.
teaching.
Well, the
You're
mitochondrial.
contradicting.
Well, no, the mitochondrial Eve
Well,
had a mother.
I'm not addressing the idea of the Bible. I'm addressing you made it sound
That common misconception comes from the Bible.
Right.
Yeah,
no, all that Richard is.
There was one woman who we could
This
trace
is
back
Richard
all
proving
humanity.
No, all
This
that
is
Richard is
Richard
saying is that she's not the progenitor of women in general because she had a mother herself. Like,
read it again. Okay, but that common misconception that there was only one woman. Okay, now that's what the biblical narrative is. Okay, which obviously is not true.
no, this mitochondrial Eve was an offspring of the biblical Eve. Is what's would be more accurate because this mitochondrial.
There's only one woman. The Bible clearly says one man, one woman. Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but mitochondrial Eve had a mother.
That proves.
No. Understand? Listen, a mitochondrial Eve had a mother, which means she wasn't.
And what about biblical Eve?
Nobody's saying that mitochondrial Eve is biblical Eve. She wouldn't be if she had a mother because Eve didn't have a mother.
Did biblical Eve have a mother?
No, in biblical Eve doesn't have to. Yeah, but mitochondrial Eve doesn't have to equate to biblical Eve.
There you go. It proves that your biblical narrative is false.
No, mitochondrial Eve was one of the offspring.
No.
Mitochondrial Eve was a descendant of biblical.
How fucking stupid are you?
Mitochondrial Eve isn't even a specific person. It says here that it can change, that we don't even know who mitochondrial, who or, not necessarily when, we have a time period.
Specific individual.
Excuse me?
I know.
Okay.
Right? And it's the carrier of the mutation. That's why they call her mitochondrial Eve. Right? There's the counterpart of Adam also. Right? This is how evolution works, and yeah, it's complicated, but it demonstratively proves the biblical narrative false, so the Bible cannot possibly be true, and we can throw it in the garbage because it's trash.
No, all that it really posits.
Absolutely.
All that it really. No, let me finish the thought. Let me express.
Are you kidding? I want fucking actual reason. I want reality. I don't want.
Yeah. It doesn't
some other Bible banger. Okay, that's what you do, right? Give it to fucking Grizz. Okay, poison his fucking mind with your bullshit.
First of all, why do the original thing I was looking into is why you say that mitochondrial Eve came first? Because here, once again, it sort of contradicts what he says. Not necessarily a contemporary of Y chromosomal Adam, but it could have been.
Exactly.
In other words, a recent study concluded that Eve lived much later than Adam, some 1,400 years later. So your original contention was that mitochondrial Eve came first, but the most recent study in 2013 concluded that Adam actually came, that mitochondrial Adam was actually first. However,
it says that Eve lived much later than Adam.
That Eve and Adam may have indeed lived around the same time. So there's no, you can't put your finger on your original idea, which was my question of how do you know that women came first? And you told me to research it. The research shows that women did not come first, or that we're not sure. That was my question, and the answer is you didn't know what you were talking about.
What I'm seeing here, actually, to substantiate Richard's claim, there is that it's actually more accepted that mitochondrial Eve actually lived much later than the Y chromosomal Adam. Actually, an estimated 140,000 years later. Yeah, you were.
That's right.
So that would actually support the biblical narrative, as opposed to what you're saying is somehow disproving it. And I know Richard's not even a theist, and he actually pointed that out.
I don't believe in God. I believe in looking up people's stories when they
You believe in
claims
honesty.
they can't explain.
Right.
Because they're usually wrong, as in this case.
Well, in this case, I got to give it to Richard on that one. But I mean, that's as easy as just throwing out false claims, and as long as you can say it in a persuasive way, you somehow won the argument. And then of course not allowing the other to speak.
Yeah, and he asked me to keep reading, and it actually goes on to talk about creationists and talk about mitochondrial Eve and how it disproved or supported evolution. And then it kind of concludes by saying, however, the theory does not suggest any relation between biblical Eve and mitochondrial Eve, because mitochondrial Eve is not a fixed individual, had a mother, was not the only woman of her time, and Y chromosomal Adam is unlikely to have been her sex partner or indeed been contemporaneous to her.
Right, he actually preceded her in the timeline.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah.
And other studies say they're not sure. He could have been around at the same time, but the point being, anyone who makes the claim that mitochondrial Eve came first has obviously not looked into it, because that's just their opinion.
Well, I'd have to give it to you. I'd have to give it to you, Richard. Just a simple scan of Wikipedia, and a little bit of intellectual honesty goes quite a long way.
Well, it does, and that's what happens when people make these claims that they don't want to back up. They make it sound like, well, I know everything, and if you just knew what I knew, you'd already know, so I'm not going to explain it. And then when you go look it up, you find out it's 80% bullshit.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's really, really hell-bent on trying to dissuade me from my beliefs. And I respect that when he's using intellectual honesty, but making false claims and positing them as truth isn't exactly honest.
You care less about the Bible thing. I just want to know.
Oh, that's why I say I know you're not even a theist, but we're talking
that women came first. That's all I was trying to do.
Right.
Yeah. The first modern, of humans is a female, and the male.
It's not true, according to what we just pointed out to you on Wikipedia. You can go look it up for yourself. It says mitochondrial Adam is likely 140,000 years prior to Eve, or possibly around the same time. It's suggesting that women came first is not true. Or suggesting we can prove women came first is simply not true through the mitochondrial DNA, like you suggested.
Listen, what I said is it proves the biblical narrative to be false, that there is only one individual, and it just proves how...
You did say that, and it's not just one individual. Mitochondrial Eve is a number of them.
Richard, what are you talking about? I didn't say that. You weren't even here. That's what the whole thing was over.
That was my question. How do we know through DNA that women came first? And you said you didn't feel like explaining it. I should go look it up.
Yeah.
Which he did. Which basically ended up surmising that that mitochondrial Eve actually followed Adam some 140,000 years later than Y chromosomal Adam, which is actually the opposite of what you just said.
And it's okay to be wrong. I think somebody in here earlier said that when you're wrong, you should admit it and you should move on to the truth. So now we know that mitochondrial Adam...
I think it was actually Lesarge that said that.
Oh, was it? Oh, now we
proved-
know that mitochondrial atom came first, and likely somewhere, possibly as long as 140,000 years earlier than Eve.
What I said was that this proves that the biblical narrative could not possibly be true.
You said that as well.
No,
That's true.
it-
You did say that as well.
But you used the fact
the whole thing.
you were using.
So tutor, okay, now what are you going to do?
Well, the reason why you said that was because of your false assertion. You just said that mitochondrial Eve preceded Y chromosomal Adam, when in actuality, she actually followed Adam some 140,000 years after Y chromosomal Adam, which discounts your entire reason for what you say disproved the Bible. So basically, in short, mitochondrial Eve came much later than Y chromosomal Adam, as opposed to what you just said. So that doesn't disprove the Bible. If anything, it would actually lead more credence to what I'm saying rather than what you just made up. Like,
what are you talking about?
What Richard just explained to you. Right, facts. What Richard just explained to you. And he's not even on my side.
Yeah, and we're kind of enemies. We don't even like each other so much.
I actually kind of like you, Richard.
Oh, do you? Okay. Well, I don't really dislike you. We've had some arguments in the past.
I think our
been
main
some
thing.
references to ladyboys before, I think.
We have some disagreements on some things, and yeah, there was some ladyboy talk, but that was mostly just banter.
All right. Well, that's good enough. But yeah, I'm definitely not on the side of the Bible is true. That's for sure. I'm not.
No. You're on the side of facts.
Right. Exactly.
And I respect that.
That's the same reason that I don't really get along with Hank Hill. Like, he'll just make these crazy claims and say, "Oh, go look it up." 100% of the time, I go look it up. He's just blowing shit out his ass, and he's completely fucking wrong. And
is that so?
Yeah.
Well,
really.
Well, in this case,
hey, was Albert Einstein a secular humanist?
We've already been through that discussion, and I don't feel. I said Hank Hill, by the way. I wasn't talking. I didn't say you. I didn't say everything you said, of course. But no, I don't agree that he was a secular humanist. He was a humanist, and he believed in God. You want to get into some semantic definition about secular
You weren't talking about Hank. You were talking about me, you fucking liar.
No, I said Hank Hill. I specifically used Hank Hill's name.
Yeah, he was talking about Hank Hill.
Pay attention a little bit, will you?
That's bizarre.
Not everything is about you. I was talking to Tudor about somebody completely different from you.
Listen to the king.
Me.
Listen to the king on this one.
So Tudor, what are you going to do from here? Okay, now that you've
I'm gonna call bullshit on you saying that Eve actually followed Adam as opposed to.
No. The question is whether or not the biblical narrative is true. You say the Bible is true. Okay, now obviously it's not.
No, actually, Richard just pointed out your flaw in saying that inadvertently.
How the fuck is that? Are you kidding me? What the Bible says that Adam was. Born.
It says that Adam preceded Eve, and the science shows that mitochondrial.
What it says in the Bible is that the fucking Christian creation narrative says that Adam was made from clay. Okay, obviously it's not true, and then
obviously not true.
Made from Adam's rib, which is obviously not true.
Which has nothing to do with mitochondria.
Why couldn't a God make a human out of clay? God can do whatever he wants. He can make a building out of. He can make a concrete building out of snow.
What the fuck? That's just nonsense.
Actually, no. Richard is actually using.
Why could a God not do that? You said it's obvious a God can't.
No, that's not what you said. What you said is why could God not? You didn't say a God, right?
Actually, yes, he said why could a God, or in this case, we're talking about.
That is what I said. You need to
a supreme being.
Why could God? You did not say a God.
I did say a God. I didn't say
answer Richard's question.
I didn't say God. I said, why couldn't a God who can do anything it wants create a human out of
he's saying why would
a concrete building out of snow? It could. It's not.
He's saying why would What he's saying is, why would an omnipotent being be limited in what he's able to do?
Right. That's another way to put it. Sure. Why? And
the
my
answer
question really
is,
why is it so obvious that an omnipotent being is limited by what you want them to be limited? It's really a ridiculous statement.
Thank you for your intellectual honesty here, Richard. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, you talk about intellectual honesty. What Richard left out is that in 2013, the discovery of a previously unknown Y chromosomal haplogroup was announced. Okay, and that's why they've shifted mitochondrial atom back. Okay.
Yeah, because the evidence that supports the latter.
Right. Exactly.
As opposed to what you just said.
There you go. There's no question. There's no question that this proves the Bible is not true.
Actually, no. Again, what Richard just, the question that he just.
You're fucking shitting me. You're fucking shitting me.
Read the entire thing. It also says that mitochondrial Adam and Eve may have actually lived at the same time, but the odds of them having sex together seem highly unlikely. Not impossible, unlikely.
Correct.
And what does it say in the Bible?
It says that unlikelihood actually happened. So
correct. Oh my God! Thank you, Richard. Somebody's actually speaking sooth in here, and it's not just me.
It says that there was only one.
Well, that is true. It also the mitochondrial. It's possible. One of the reasons that they say there are many mitochondrial Eves is simply because they haven't tracked down the very first one. It says in that article that mitochondrial Eve can change. That the time of mitochondrial Eve and the actual Eve itself is subject to change as more evidence comes along. There could actually be an original one mitochondrial Eve. And
bingo,
Adam
and since mitochondrial Eve had a mother,
and they're from groups, right?
We don't know these things, and you were putting your foot down saying science has proven that women came first, and that is false.
Right. Correct. I agree with everything Richard just said.
But it has not yet.
It proves that the ancestor is newer.
Right. It could have been the offspring of Eve. No. But of course, you have to somehow make it about Eve and Adam directly, even though it's clear that this mitochondrial Eve had a mother, which would obviously.
Okay. So what I said is this proves that the Bible cannot possibly be true.
No, it doesn't.
You said that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the point.
Right, but for the reasons that you were just.
So now we're back to how does it prove? And your original reasoning for how it proved it was that Eve came first instead of Adam.
Well, this is what is important here is what Peter's going to do from here on in.
Okay, no. Listen to what Richard just said. The reason you said that you proved your point was what we just disproved.
Don't listen to him. I'm talking with you, Tudor. Okay, and we have established that the Bible cannot possibly be true.
No. That's what you have asserted. We haven't established anything.
And you asserted it with facts that are incorrect.
No. I never agreed with you. That's what you asserted.
I only agree with facts. Okay, I got the facts here. That's what I want.
You got the facts wrong. Is what happened. You got the facts wrong, and you
want to admit that.
I'm willing to accept the facts for whatever they are.
Right. Then you're willing to admit that you just.
Or you would admit you're wrong.
Right.
Which conclusively proves that the Bible cannot possibly be true.
Incorrect, because Adam preceded Eve, as opposed to what you just said proved the Bible wrong. You're not getting it. I don't know why you're not getting it.
No, because he just wants to argue and be silly.
I think it is. I think you're just a silly.
Okay, and the reality.
Yeah, he has a real problem when he's wrong.
They changed it.
No, because you changed your argument. You changed your argument to the origin of Adam and Eve in the biblical narrative.
I didn't change the argument.
Right. You said it's obvious that Adam couldn't have come from clay, and you said it's obvious that Eve couldn't have come from his rib, but that was your argument was changed after Richard pointed out the flaw in your argument.
Estimates of the time when the YMRCA lived have also shifted as modern knowledge of human ancestry changes. In 2003, the discovery of a previously unknown Y chromosomal haplogroup was announced. which resulted in a slight adjustment of the estimated age of the human YMRCA.
Right, 140,000 years to be approximate.
Okay, that's fine. I'm holding to the constraints of actual fact here.
Right, then you would
So
then
how
you would
does that
say
show
that
mitochondrial Eve came first?
These facts
Let's back up
directly
to how does that show mitochondrial Eve came first? Well, what you
exactly.
And these facts directly contradict the biblical narrative.
No, because you just said that mitochondrial Eve came first, when the biblical narrative says that Y chromosomal Adam would have come first.
Are you going to change the Bible? Okay, because then if
The Bible
you do,
says
then
Adam.
Your argument-
Let's make it real simple. The Bible says Adam came first. What does science say about mitochondrial DNA? Did Adam come first, or did Eve come first?
well, they changed which Adam. Okay, it used to be.
That's not my question. My question is: the Bible says that Adam came first.
Yes,
did
that is your question.
mitochondrial Adam come
I
first, or
understand
did
your question,
mitochondrial
but I'm
Eve
answering
come
your question.
first?
Will you let me speak, Richard?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's a yes or no question.
It says it's changed. Okay, so they're redefining Adam.
And did Adam come first, or did Adam come second?
Which is fine.
Did Adam come first or second?
Listen, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
okay,
it doesn't matter. I see.
mattered.
Okay, so now your proof is something completely different, and that's fine.
Okay, you're
If you want to
interrupting me.
completely change
The point is
your
that-
idea of why mitochondrial DNA disproves the Bible, we
Richard,
can move
you
on.
let me answer. You're not letting me respond to what you asked.
Well, that's because
Okay,
you're going
when
around
you
in
ask
circles.
somebody
The
a
answer
question,
is
you
yes.
let them
Science shows
respond.
Adam came first. It's very simple. You don't need to
Right. Okay. By your own
talk
admittance
about it
now.
for 10 minutes.
Right.
It proves that it can change.
No, it proves that that evidence supports that Adam did come first.
Does not that the evidence does not support the Bible.
You're somehow dancing around the fact that you were just what you just asserted was proven wrong by Richard.
It's proven wrong by yourself. Do you realize that you're now arguing against your
How am I
original
wrong?
point?
I'm just recognizing that it's.
You're now
Well, no,
you're
you're-
now pointing out that mitochondrial Adam came first when this whole discussion began by you telling me to go look up how science proved that mitochondrial Eve came first.
You're missing the point. You
I'm
don't
not
seem
missing
to
the point.
understand.
The point was, how did science prove that women came first? That was the point.
Richard,
That's where this all started.
You're missing the point.
Right. You were saying that
modern humans come from each. Okay, the male side and the female side. Okay.
Yeah, I get how DNA proves evolution. I perfectly understand that. I have no complaints that the genetic code pretty much disproves the Bible. That wasn't the topic of conversation.
That is the topic.
To how your assertion that science proved women came first was true.
Richard, you're a right fighting. Okay?
No, I asked a specific question. You told me to go look it up, and I came back showing you were wrong.
The authority is.
Anyway, I'm going to take off. It's been nice, Tutor.
Science.
So
we agreed on that.
Short interruption.
Okay, Tutor, do you agree on that also?
On which part? I was looking at the chat.
If we're going to know, okay, we need the science. And the science definitely disproves the Bible.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. No.
You don't agree. Why not? Here you've just been arguing for how long that, yes, this is what is important and this is what matters, but now it's like...
Well, no, I want to hear exactly what Richard believes, like, disproves the Bible.
Well, I think my main problem I think what disproves the Bible to me is the number of individual stories that I find to have been disproven. When I find a book claiming to be true that has even one disproven story, I'm not going to believe the whole book, especially when it's as fantastic a story as the Bible is. And my main complaint for the Bible would be the Tower of Babel story. Archaeology has proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that all languages and all cultures do not spring up on the same day with all of the same languages on the same day, as the Tower of Babel story says is what happened. It says that God, split everybody up from the Tower of Babel on the same day, gave them different languages, put them in different points on the earth, and that absolutely did not happen.
So we're talking about the origin of like all the different languages.
Well, and the civilizations would have all started on the same day and all that kind of thing. But that's just one of my complaints.
Well, no, they would have
definitely things like Noah's Ark, other stories that I find to have been disproven. There's enough.
I find the Tower of Babel one.
So let me, rather than get into the minutia of the stories themselves, you ask me what do I think disproves the Bible. The short answer is enough individual stories that science has proven to my satisfaction are false, to me renders the entire thing suspect to believe. So I won't say the entire Bible has been proven false, but I will say that enough individual stories have been proven false to make the entirety of the Bible not believable. Until now, the individual stories in the Bible would have been proven true. So the burden of proof, when you have a bunch of things proven false, to me, the burden of proof is always on truth. But nonetheless, rather than taking it on faith, it has to be proven to me as true now, because so much of it has been proven false. That's just how I look at it.
And you're namely referring to the Tower of Babel specifically, that stands out.
That's just one example off the top, probably the best
Babel,
example off the top of
the
my
Great
head.
Flood.
The Noah's Ark story, the idea that enough people after the Noah's Ark story, there were 8 people alive and there wasn't enough of them, fucking like rabbits, having 20 kids apiece, to have had enough people to erect the pyramids in the time period between when those 8 people got off the boat and when the pyramids were built. That's another huge problem for believing the Bible. Honestly, I'm kind of, my brain's working on what I'm going to do when I get done talking to you guys, so I don't really want to get into it.
No, we didn't have to get very in depth.
Right,
No,
but that's just my answer, is that all of these little problems, a book that's supposed to be 100% true and infallible, that's not, becomes a book that's completely suspect after that. To me, it would be only take one thing, and that's all I would need to say, hey, wait a minute, if this is really a book from God, who's perfect and correct about everything, there shouldn't be even one thing that science would disprove.
Is that not sickening or what? Like,
what?
Just listening to him ramble.
I take it you don't like Richard.
It's
many would say the same thing about you, the search.
Get to a point, and then the thing is, you wait for him to get to a point, and it's like fucking a letdown every single time.
No, he actually summed it up pretty well in his words. I'm just summarizing here, but basically he believes that there are many of the narratives in the Bible that have, to his knowledge, have been disproven by science, or that are not feasible by our modern understanding of the world. And for him, he's saying that he would either believe all of it or none of it if it was truly an infallible book created by an omniscient and omnipotent God.
Which is obviously true.
Which I would agree with.
What I actually said to her was, is the burden of proof shifts from faith to you have to prove each story true now. Not that I don't believe it or do believe it, but they have to be proven true.
Well, we just went over the whole thing, and then the Adam and Eve, the creation story, can't possibly be true. It's impossible.
Well, I think evolution proves the Adam and Eve story false. That's the short answer.
Well, exactly, yeah.
My only issue that I take with evolution is that though there are obviously adaptations and environmental, there's environmental adaptations that take place, of course, within species and even within classes, and of course there's also various mutations which also do occur.
Do you understand how like how backwards you are, right? Like, see, I caught you trying to disprove evolution, right? Now, if you want to help and contribute, okay, help, figure things out.
Well,
right?
I'm simply critiquing the. No,
you're attacking science.
Well, hello, Packy. Thank you. Good to see you. Glad you're joining the chat today. So go ahead and continue, Tudor. What's your going on with the mutations and you understand?
Yeah, just sort of my view and
what's the part you don't?
Just my critique on it, and basically, I don't discount obviously environmental adaptations or random mutations within a species or class, but what I don't see enough transitional evidence for to substantiate the modern theory of evolution is the actual transitional evidence of one class evolving into another class. Like, I don't see anything.
There's no such thing as a transitional fossil. Every human alive is a transitional fossil. If you would die, you'd be a transitional
Right, I'm not
fossil.
seeing any evidence or any transitional evidence.
You don't see any evidence because that's not evidence that's even available. You're not going to find a skeleton and say, "Hey, that's the transitional fossil."
That's my point, Richard. There's nothing that states that one class can evolve into another. I mean, there's no evidence to support
It's
that.
like saying that
that is my point, Richard.
1 and 3 are these gaps, okay, and we can find these transitional fossils, and in fact, we find transitional fossils all the time because technically, basically, all fossils are transitional.
Right, that's the thing. Is that it's not. No, I mean transitioning. Transitional fossils.
One way or
another. Don't agree.
No, I'm referring. I'm specifically referring from one class transitioning into another or evolving into another class.
You just don't want to agree with the scientists that they actually are transitional fossils. It's not.
Well,
we don't have transitional fossils.
It's not evidence. They're conjecturing.
Refuse to accept that they're transitional.
Well, it's conjecture, and I think a lot of it is to directly undermine the counts given in Genesis.
Conjecture according to you, not a conjecture according to the scientific.
Well, no, to say, I mean, even now we can study and observe.
Right? It's not true. Okay, so it's important for Tudor to adapt. Okay, right? He's the one who's not. He's trying to hold on to this crap.
Sometimes I bring up the Australian walking fish, which is a modern day animal that started off as a fish. And
Richard, what are you doing? Right?
Decade,
you just come to talk shit.
Each decade, it can stay longer and longer out of water, and obviously, eventually, it's going to be a land animal. What
is that obvious?
You see that the Australian walking fish is an actual live transitional fossil right in front of your face. Can't you see that, Peter?
I would see it as a variant of the fish class, like a class of fish. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a transitional species, like a.
So you don't think that when it finally walks out of water, say 100, 200 years from now, and never goes back to water and becomes a land animal, you'd still call it?
We've yet to have actually observed such a thing because
we're observing it right in front of our eyes with the Australian
until that actually happens.
But it happens more and more every decade.
No. We haven't seen. We have never.
Longer and longer. That's right in front of your face.
I explained to.
We have never been able to fully observe a transition from one class to another within.
Because it takes hundreds of thousands of years.
Obviously, so when you're saying in 200 years we'll be able to see this, no.
Well, I can see it now because I can extrapolate how something that was never out of water, that started coming out for a second or two, now comes out for 15 minutes at a time. I can extrapolate as to what direction that's headed over time. It's obvious.
How do you know that's not simply how it was designed? How do you know that's just not how it's...
Speaking of design, it's obvious that neither Tudor or I are bullshitters, okay? But, it comes through very clearly with you, Richard.
Yeah, let's just stick to the facts. Every time we have a discussion and you get proven wrong, 10 minutes later it turns into trolling Richard, okay?
That's a goddamn fact. that you're, obviously full of shit, right?
Yeah, you use the word obviously way too much when you're disapproving about things, by the way.
I try and shy away from words like obvious because some things are not very.
Obviously is not evidence
That
for
is
something, by the way.
That is very obvious. Yeah, I won't shy away from the word at all, right? That's why
Obviously.
it's like listening to him isn't good for people, right? Well, he's a pathological liar. He has
It's good for anybody that wanted to know about mitochondrial Eve today, wasn't it? Including yourself,
I know.
by the way. You won't make that mistake again because of Richard. King.
I do. I love it when he refers to himself in the third person. But.
Well, the king has to point out that he is the king on occasion. You wouldn't want to.
This is true. Otherwise,
I could be a king. I could be your fucking emperor.
No, the king will not authorize that. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, it's not a matter of your authority, right?
Anyhow, like I said, I have stuff to do or something like that. Yeah. Let it back.
Actually, this got way off topic. I think earlier we were actually discussing Jesus. Wait, who do we have on the panel?
Is that the fucking Red Baron? That was a Red Baron. Just came flying by.
Yeah.
Right? There was a time warp. Oh yeah. Well, it's it's right. It just strikes back. He goes back to the.
I think I just had we'll just call it Mandela effect. Whatever.
That's what it was. Maybe, yeah.
Which, by the way, is have you heard of Mandela effect? Anybody? I'm sure Richard has.
Well, it's pretty obvious stuff, like the whole Luke, right? It comes from what's in pop culture, right?
Yeah, memeology and all this. How
it's simple. It's just stupid stuff, okay, and that confuses people. Okay, people is not a good thing.
People are actually their memories are more tied in with the memes than the actual source material. So
well, technically source material are memes too, right?
True, but when they remembered falsely or presented over and over, people actually remember the meme rather than the source material. That's why everyone got it wrong. Magic mirror on the.
Yeah, where does the idea of meme, the word, where does the word meme come from?
I'd have to date it back. It's way before the internet, for fuck's sake.
No, actually, it's not really.
No,
you know who it is?
Yeah, memes came before the internet. It's not just a little picture with a caption on it.
Well, that's okay. Well, if you're specifically internet meme, but I mean the word. Okay, the word meme. The scientific word.
Yeah, I think it dates back even to this possibly 17th, 18th century.
No. In fact, it's Professor Dr. Richard Dawkins.
Now I'm gonna have to go look at the word meme real quick. Hold on.
Go ahead. You'll find out. Yeah, it comes from Richard Dawkins. He's the one who coined the term meme.
I'm not saying he did, and I'm just saying I want to look it up.
Yeah, go ahead. Believe it or not, yeah. Dawkins.
Meme. Let's see. Okay, it definitely was coined by Dawkins. But, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the idea was around before Dawkins. He just came up with a name for it. Meme.
Yeah, more or less. Well, it's, that's it. He put it into the word, and the word has held and stuck, and, now it's been misappropriated over the internet and used for fucking everything and anything. But it has, it's specific for, it's sciences. Right, about thought patterns, right, ideas. It's very similar to idea, right? And we got to get rid of a lot of this garbage.
Well, sooner it'll all sooner be replaced with a single world ideology, in which all religions will be abolished.
Sort of, yeah. I don't know so much as abolished. That's we're looking ahead and stuff, and I'm.
Well, we could even say consolidated. All ideologies, all religions, all philosophies will be consolidated into one cohesive worldview that everyone will share, in time.
Oh, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Well, the problem with that is trouble in paradise. We are on the cusp of a new world order, whether you know this or not. You know, the bankers basically run everything, the corporations and the governments, and you know the Eye of Providence. They use a lot of symbology and occultism. And long story short, I mean, these people, whether you like it or not, they're Lucifer worshippers. Like, they worship Satan, and these people actually believe that Satan is God.
Do you have any
himself.
evidence for that? I think you've made that claim before, and I've asked.
We did. Well, no, you'd have to actually be like a 32nd degree Mason or whatever. Oh yeah, are you affiliated with the Masons?
No.
No, you wouldn't tell me if you were.
For evidence that the world elite leaders all believe and pray to Satan. That's all that. That's kind of what
Oh well,
saying.
you'd have to know something about the occult.
So the answer is no. You're just making an assertion with no evidence.
Well, no, I mean, you'd have to understand. Are you
either you're making an assertion with no evidence, or please provide me with the evidence.
Just making an assertion with no evidence doesn't mean that the answer is no. What the fuck's with you?
That's absolutely true. An assertion without evidence could possibly be true.
Actually, I gotta take Lysergis side on this one. See, earlier I had. Yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean
I didn't
no.
say your assertion was false. I'm simply trying to find out if it comes with evidence or not. That's all.
Well, secret societies wouldn't be very secret if all their secrets were revealed. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
Okay, so that brings me to the next question. Since you don't have any evidence, what leads you to believe that all the world leaders pray to Satan?
I wouldn't even say all of them. I'm just saying there's definitely there's a strong correlation between the banking system and the banking elite.
What leads you to believe that?
Well, if you do the research, basically
come on, now you sound like Lysergis. If I do the research,
well, you'd have to let me fit. Well, I was just gonna.
Okay, go ahead,
I was gonna sum it up for you, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you were to do the research, you would see that basically the monetary wealth is basically been privatized and monopolized by the central banking system, which is owned by private shareholders. And the major shareholders, one of the major shareholders would be, like, say, Rockefeller. Then there's also Rothschild, and there's
what evidence do you have that Rockefeller is a major shareholder in one of the banks in the Federal Reserve?
Holy shit! Really? Here, you want me to cover this one for you? Are you fucking?
Go for it, Lysergis. Please do.
What evidence? I'm asking. What evidence do you have for anyone being a shareholder? That's not a public list.
You're right. It's not a public list.
You claim to be economics and all this shit. Okay? You know why you would question him on this is fucking absolutely absurd and shows.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that Rockefeller owns any shares at all?
Fucking evidence. Okay, take a look at the international banking system, which apparently you have no clue.
Let's not move on. What evidence do you have that Rockefeller owns shares in which bank in the Federal Reserve System?
Okay, and look into it for yourself. Okay,
there is no list of owners of shareholders. That's one of my complaints.
Correct. You're correct. There is no list.
There's no list of shareholders.
There is. Yeah, there is.
No, you're making a ridiculous assertion. Show me the list.
Listen.
Show me the list. You just made a claim. Show me the list.
Hear him out, just for the sake of conversation. Let's hear him out.
Let's know. He said there's a list. Show me the list.
Of course. How can they be shareholders without fucking actually having a paper trail, okay, that demonstrates that they're the fucking shareholders?
Because it's a private corporation that is not required to publish a list. That's why. That's one of my complaints.
Which is owned by who? Which is owned by who?
That's the point, is they're not required to disclose who owns it.
They don't disclose it, therefore it does not exist according to you.
No, it's a private. It's like public companies are required. Public companies are required to disclose shareholders. Private companies are not.
Listen, Richard. Okay, your argument here, okay, is a stage of infantile development. Okay, that's known as.
My argument is no one knows who the shareholders of the bank is. That's my argument.
Here, listen. Okay, when you put a teddy bear in front of a baby, okay, it can see that it is there, right? Now, when you slide a fucking piece of cardboard
There
in between the
are
baby and the
shareholders. No
object,
one knows who they
listen,
are.
I'm
That's the
talking.
problem.
Can you let me finish? Now, when you slide a fucking piece of cardboard in between that baby and the object it is looking at, all of a sudden the baby goes, "Oh, where did it go? It doesn't exist anymore."
Nobody's
Okay,
saying
because
that the
it does
Federal
not
Reserve
understand
doesn't
objects
exist.
of it.
Nobody's saying
And
there are
what
no
you are
shareholders.
arguing,
I'm saying your assertion that you know who they
you
are
are
is
arguing
false.
that you have a mentality of an
Let's
infant,
not worry about the ad
okay,
hominem
under
attacks and
the
the
age
teddy
of
bears.
probably 1.
Demonstrate your claim to be true. You claim there's
The
a
logic that you are
list
using
of
here
shareholders. There is
something
not.
that most people develop past before they are even 1 year
You
old.
just made more
Okay?
shit up, dude. Admit it. You don't
No,
know
that's not
who the shareholders of the Bank of New York are because it's not public information.
And does that mean that there's no shareholders?
Of course not.
Okay, so you know that the list exists.
The list is private. Yes, somebody has to pay
Oh,
them,
so yes,
somebody
you're
knows.
changing your answer to actually yes, there is a list.
There's not a list available to you. You're using semantics now. You claimed Rockefeller.
There are
You
actually lists.
claimed
There's several
Rockefeller
lists.
was an owner or a shareholder in the central banking system. I asked you to demonstrate that to be true, and you can.
Okay, let me put it to you like this. In Australia, they used to have nationalized banking. Okay, but then it became privatized. And when it became privatized, who do you think bought the Australian banking system?
I don't know. I would have to see evidence to find out.
Well, you should fucking look into that.
Why?
Then.
I don't care.
Why?
I don't care who the
said-
private shareholders of the Australian bank are.
I'll tell you.
The one point I would make in all this is that I do
JP Morgan.
think. Can I make one point? My only point about all this really is that they should add a law to the Federal Banking Act that says the shareholders that own the banks in the Federal Reserve System, even though it's a private system, are required to be made public, because I think the American people have a right to know if perhaps the king of or the prince of Saudi Arabia might be a major stockholder in the Bank of New York. Those people can sell their shares to anybody they want to. It's not even a requirement that they be American. It's possible that foreigners have over time collected up all of JP Morgan's shares. Nobody knows. That's a problem that I think we can solve by adding to the Federal Reserve Act that they be made, that list be made public, and then we wouldn't even be arguing about it. Then we would
They already
go to
they already have shares in the media groups. Saudis have share in the media groups.
And even if somebody was to actually say, "Oh, I know so and so has shares," we don't know how many shares there are, what proportion that person would actually
It
own
would
of the bank.
probably
Other
be
people say
proportional
it
to
doesn't
their
matter.
wealth.
I think it matters. I want to know.
Listen, you can be happy, okay, talking about how much you do not know for as long as you want, Richard. It's just going to bore the fuck out of people.
Right, it goes
Saudis
back
are
to your
animals.
claim.
Saudis are animals.
You know who the
Saudis are
shareholders
animals.
are, and you don't.
It's like
Once
poisonous.
again, either come up with your evidence or shut up. You're just making more shit up like mitochondrial Eve. Just making shit up.
You're a toxic fucking chat member, right? You have
Right,
so many.
because I ask you for evidence to prove your nonsense. That's why you think I'm toxic.
It's compulsive lying.
Dude, either come up with some evidence for your claim or drop it.
Okay, go look for it.
There
Go
is,
look into it.
I know all about it, dude. There's no list. There's no public list of private companies. That's why private companies stay private, so they can be private. Get the difference between private and public? Try to figure it out for yourself. Pretty simple. Private, not public. Private information, not available to the public.
That's not what private means. Right? The private sector? Okay, that's what that means.
talking about corporations, not the sector.
Yes, private corporations, which is the private sector, as in
Private
not public or governmental.
corporations are not required
Yeah,
to
this is about the
disclose
word. See,
information
you're
to the
trying.
public.
Yeah, you're trying to substitute, okay, one definition for another for the word private, and I'm not allowing you to do that. Right? This is one of your
Private
fucking.
corporations are not required to disclose their shareholders. Is what we're talking
No,
about.
this is your compulsive lying, okay, and your fucking doublespeak shit, okay, which is why you are toxic.
Why would you even believe
I just caught you
that
doing it
the
again.
private Federal Reserve banks
I just
would
caught you doing it
would
again.
publish a list of their shareholders in the first place?
Liar, not a compulsive liar. Okay, an actual.
You're an idiot, dude. You're going on with lying. You're totally not backing up your claim because you know your claim is false.
And you have a fucking personality disorder.
Dude, back up your claim or I'm going to eject you. How's that?
No, fuck you. Go ahead. Let's see it. What, you're going to eject?
I just couldn't help myself. Armando will get mad at me later. But,
You'll be reprimanded later.
yeah, I will. It happens. But what did he say? I said, please back up your claim or I'll eject you. He says, fuck you, go ahead and eject me. So he asked me to eject him. I was only providing him with that which he asked for. I didn't do anything other than what he asked for. So I was really doing him a favor by providing him the service that he had asked for. Well, it's really not my fault. He quite clearly asked me to eject him. So don't blame me. You're going to ask the king for a favor. The king will provide that favor most of the time. That's one of the great things about the king. He's here to help.
That is extremely gracious of His Majesty.
Well, and I think it is. I mean, other people would have said, no, I'm not going to eject you, Lyser, just because you want me to. The king is here to oblige. Absolutely. So the point being that there is no list that the public can have of the shareholders of one of the most important, cogs in the machine, and there should be. I mean, and you have to ask yourself, if it's just an innocuous list of a bunch of rich people, why wouldn't we? Why do people want to keep the list secret? When people want to keep secrets, I have to ask myself why. And I understand how they don't have to give the list out because it is a private corporation, but they should. Do you agree with that, Tudor, that the list should be made public as to who owns the 12 member banks in the Federal Reserve?
I do, but realistically speaking, that will never happen.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think that the reason I really would like to see the list is what I would like to see is how the list has evolved over time. I'd like to see, the original owner of the Bank of New York was Alexander Hamilton. I'd like to see what happened to Alexander Hamilton's shares. How were they passed down through history? Did they get watered down and given to 100 people? Have they, been in the same family that whoever he willed them to their family? I want to know just historically how the ownership of each of these banks has changed over time. Have there become more owners or less owners? Has one family consistently bought out other families, so now they own 90% instead of 10? Or maybe there were 50 families and now there's 5,000. We don't know. I'm just curious as to, logically, like conspiratorially anyway, you would think that somebody would be trying to collect as many shares as possible so they own the whole bank, right? Did that happen or did something else happen? We don't know. And I want to know, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, when government interest and corporate interest are essentially manipulated by the funds they receive from the private banking system, I mean, you could basically conjecture that or surmise that the ones pulling the strings really are the people who own and circulate the money, and the entire
Another thing
monetary
that's
system has been
interesting too,
privatized.
though, is the ones who theoretically, anyhow, make the decisions. In my opinion, are likely not even shareholders. There's no. Another interesting thing about the private corporation is the shareholders don't get a vote. The chairman and the board, Janet Yellen, Greenspan, whoever, the head and the board make the decisions on interest rates. They make the decisions on QE. The individual shareholders, it's not like, Apple where you get to vote on certain
Right, no,
things.
and it wouldn't even need to be the actual shareholders. They could simply delegate to a proxy of, to do what they
Except that
want.
that proxy is somebody who is appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. None of those people are shareholders, right? So,
They
the
don't have to be shareholders to be
individual.
bought off.
Well,
Let's
that's
get
true.
real.
There's a lot of possibilities in there, but
Yeah, I mean,
my,
let's
my,
just think
my point is
realistically,
kind of that
given
the shareholders may be less. They may be garnering a whole lot of money. Of course they are. They get their split of the 6% of the profits, which is a lot of money, even though it's only 6%. But they may have a whole lot less control of the bank itself, depending on whether there's 5,000 shareholders or 50 shareholders or one. The control of the bank obviously will be more if there are less people that are owners of the bank than if there's a whole bunch of them. And we don't know that. That's the problem. We don't know. My guess would be if we looked into it, people would say, hey, that's a problem. We don't want the king of Saudi Arabia owning 60% of the Federal Reserve System. Let's make a new law, or let's change that, or let's give all these people fair value for their shares and put it up to public auction so everybody can own a share of the Federal Reserve. That kind of thing. That would be my ultimate goal would be to give all the shareholders of the Federal Reserve fair value for their shares, cash them out, and put it up to the general public first. For example, I'd have a
never,
system.
never,
I
ever,
know
ever.
I know it would never happen, but that would be one of my solutions for the complaints about the system was to put it up so that every single American could buy a certain number of shares if they wanted to, and whatever was left over, then you would put up on public auction for rich people. So everybody would have their share of the 6% profit. They could afford even one share. They would at least get something each year from the Federal Reserve instead of all that wealth being concentrated into the hands of the smaller number of people that own it now.
I would agree in an idealistic kind of a world. But
And that's actually what happened. Something interesting you say, well, that could never happen is not true because historically, that's what happened with the Bank of New York. They put it up for public auction. They said, hey, we're going public, and anybody that wants to can, buy. Or actually, it wasn't the bank. It was some other big bank that did that back. I'm kind of getting a little fuzzy in my brain. But there was a point where one of the most important banks in America put their shares up for auction, and anybody that wanted them could buy them. And it wasn't all just rich people. There were some regular people that were smart enough to buy it. But I guess what I'm saying is if we can find a way to spread the wealth by allowing people to buy in to be shareholders in the bank, there'd be less complaints. There'd be at least everybody would have an opportunity to profit from the major central banking systems, instead of just the people that are profiting now.
well,
But like you
I
said,
agree.
that would actually take I think it would take an amendment. Is the Federal Reserve Act Well, no, that's just an act. It wouldn't require adoption by 2/3 of the states. Yeah, I think, like the incandescent light bulb, as time has come and gone, the Federal Reserve Act needs to be modified to a more modern understanding of what its function is and who can profit from it. Some people think it should be all given to the, somehow all given to the government so that all the profits go to the government instead of 96%. But I don't know who you're going to get to be the banker taking the risk that gets zero profit from it. I don't know who's going to take that job. But we might want to modify it to, since there's so much money now, to 3%, 2%, or less than 6. 6 is actually much less than the central banking systems prior to the Federal Reserve Act. So who knows? But I know you think it's all greedy and nefarious. But until people like you can offer up a better system, the only system we have is going to stay in place.
Well,
So
even if someone like me could offer up a better system, it's not like it would ever be enacted or put in place. I mean, so
I don't agree with that. I think just like the incandescent light bulb, there are going to be a lot of people fighting to keep old technology. But eventually, when better things come along, it takes a while, but when better things come along, people finally say, hey, wait a minute, let's install the better thing,
better
not keep
for
going with the
who?
worse thing.
Yeah, but see, their interest lies in their own,
Right.
not
It wouldn't
in
be better for them. I'd agree with that. It would be better for
right.
everyone.
So
And
they're
when
gonna do the
everyone
people with the
decides, hey,
money. The people with the money have the power, and they're gonna do what's advantageous for
I,
themselves, not
I
for.
completely understand. I agree. However, over history, what we've seen is the people with the money, when a good idea comes along and they want to hold on to the incandescent light bulb as long as possible,
They want to milk the fossil fuels
eventually
as long as they
they
can, and
lose.
then.
That's right. And eventually people wake up and say, hey, we want electric cars. We want to use solar. And, the
But not
I
until we've
forget who
sold all
was
the
it,
oil
Reagan, that
first.
ripped down, Reagan rips down the solar panels one year that Carter put up. Another year, we've got huge flourishing wind farms and solar farms and electric cars coming out of our ass from all makers. And,
There's no
eventually,
reason. There's no reason in the world we should even be using non-renewable resources at this point. The only reason is for
well,
profit.
the reason is because the cost to the consumer is more advantageous right now for a lot of plastic shit than it would be for something else. The
Right,
polyester
because
people,
the
I hate
bottom line is
polyester
the dollar
clothing.
amount. The bottom
Well, right,
line is
and
how.
it's not just the dollar amount for the corporation; it's the dollar amount for the I hate to say this, but the douchebags like my wife who want to buy cheap shit instead of paying a little more for cotton, for
Did you
example.
just call your wife a douchebag?
Well, I did because I have this constant. She's allergic to polyester, and she makes $80,000 a year. We live in Thailand where it is super inexpensive. We don't owe anybody anything. She could spend $65,000 a year on clothes if she wanted to, but instead of paying an extra dollar or two for cotton clothing, she buys this cheap ass polyester, which makes her itch all the time. And it's just fucking ridiculous.
That's nuts. Why?
It
Why?
is absolutely nuts, but she comes from a very, very, very poor third world kind of family where her entire life every penny mattered. It doesn't matter anymore. I mean, why do you buy clothes that itch just so you can have $1 million in the bank? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, some disconnect or
But
something there.
my overall point is there are a lot of people like that. There are a lot of people that will buy things just because they're inexpensive, not even realizing that the more expensive item over time is less expensive. Most
Well,
people
in
do
many
not
in many
understand
cases, the impoverished consumer doesn't really have the option to get the superior choice. Like they
that
have
that
to.
that's kind of true, but I have been the impoverished consumer and I don't find that true for myself. Even as an
Well,
impoverished consumer, I recognize that I could buy quality clothing that cost me less money than buying clothing that needs to be replaced every few months. So I've been there and done that, and I disagree. For example, that the impoverished consumer
I think
can't
it's just
save
a base by
$100
base
a month
case.
and put it in
I
the
think it's.
stock
I
market.
think a lot of times it just goes on a base by base case because sometimes you may be
Right.
single or you may have a family to provide for, or whatever the hell
All
happens.
that is true. I go along with the expression that if you're really poor, saving a little bit of money doesn't matter because you're so poor you don't really miss the money you save. That's the attitude I took when I was poor. It's like,
True.
fuck, I don't have anything to begin with. Maybe if I do throw $100 a month at the stock market, I'll be better off later. That's the attitude I took. Other people take the attitude like, well, I need every penny I can because I want a couple of more pizzas a month, or I want this, or I want that, or I want the other thing. I just took the attitude that, yeah, I want all that shit too, but the only way I'm ever going to get it is if I save my money and get some profit from that money, and down the road, 10 or 20 years, then I'll go ahead and buy a few extra pizzas.
So what'd you end up doing? You ended up investing in stocks?
Yeah, I started when I was on unemployment, living in some shithole apartment in Florida. I was sitting on a park bench. Some guy drove by on his bicycle, and I said, I'm really tired of fucking working. I hate working. And the guy says there's a whole lot of ways to make money without working. First thing I thought of was selling drugs or something. But I went home and I decided that, the stock market really isn't working. And I opened up a $500 account with Ameritrade, made 120 bucks over the first day, and I decided I would continue to try to do that as long as possible until my unemployment ran out and I had to get a job or at work. And it was the internet boom, so it was really easy to make money. It wasn't that I was smart, but I've never done anything since. It worked out just. And even during that time, I tried to save some of my unemployment check to add to that 500 bucks, and I was really close. I strunted and saved. I bought rice and beans. And I lived in, I think it was a $250 apartment right borderlining the ghetto on a place called Ridgewood Avenue in Daytona Beach. There are two crack houses, one directly across the street at my front window, one directly across my right to the left where I had a neighbor with an upstairs duplex. Directly across from his, left window was a crack house. So here I am in the ghetto, seeing if I can be your basic kind of day trader, investor, whatever. And I was able to make enough to pay the rent, pay the food, build up enough assets to where I eventually moved out of there and just kept doing it.
So were you just investing in multiple stocks? I mean, I know you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Actually, I generally do. I generally, not all in one basket, but what I generally do is I go along with philosophy of what's called focus funds. And focus funds generally invest in 10, these are huge billions, 10, $100 billion funds, like hedge funds, that invest in less than 10 things at a time. And that's kind of my philosophy is I try to find the best things that are going to work and put all my money at them and watch the basket very carefully rather than have a large diversified portfolio that I don't need to pay as much attention to.
So you
I
try and
really
go
do
for
it the other way around.
you try and go for the more lucrative ones, like say whatever you probably like 3D printing or whatever, like whatever you know is
Well,
going to get big.
as a general category, I invest in technology growth stocks, but it depends on if that particular technology growth stock, is too expensive, or if it's cheap, or if it's, catching a wave. I like, just give you an example of my
You
favorite
got to view
stock
the
right
trends.
now. Right, my favorite stock right now is Nvidia. They're riding the wave of artificial intelligence, and their Pascal technology. I've been waiting over a year for them to, or 2 years almost, for them to release Pascal technology. They're already in the corporate world on Volta, and they build the very best supercomputers. They got with a car company for the driverless cars, and they've gone from $30 to 120. back down to 107 over the course of 12 months or so. But that's the kind of stock I like, is a growth technology stocks. And I
Mm-hmm.
like to day trade the really expensive stocks like Priceline. It's $130,000 or $140,000 now for 100 shares. I like those kind of stocks because it'll move $2,000 or $3,000 in a few minutes. I can get in and out very quickly, even though
Mm-hmm. With
two
minimal
thousand
risk.
dollars profit on $130,000 isn't very much. It happens so quickly that it's worth the
Mm-hmm.
risk.
Right. Yeah, the risk is minimal, and you're probably going to make it up fairly quickly, and you can pull out. Like,
Right.
that's what basic.
And the other idea that I disagree with in the world of day trading is one of the expressions is don't turn a short-term investment don't turn a short-term trade into a long-term investment. I disagree with that philosophy, and I say that you shouldn't be making short-term trades on things that don't make good long-term investments. In case you happen to be wrong that hour or that week or that day, you have the option of holding on to it and not having to cash out for a loss.
Did you ever lose out on the stock market?
When I first started doing it, yes, but my major philosophy is I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to lose as little as possible. And when Nvidia, for example, I had I was into it for 110 a little while back, and it dropped to 96. Now, instead of taking my 14-point loss, I just sold options for $3 and $4 for a few weeks until my cost basis was back to about 100. And then, of course, it went from 96 to 108, and I'm just fine, which is still below the 110. But using the tools available in the stock market, and rather than just cashing out for a loss, I knew it made a good long-term investment, and I took steps to not take a loss and end up with a profit, although it took a few weeks to do that, which isn't a problem.
No.
But
Did you go
the
from
answer to your
basic? I
question
mean,
really, the answer to your question really is at this point in my investing career, I refuse to accept any losses because I'm confident that no company I invest in is going to stay at a loss forever. I don't invest in that could turn out to be wrong. I could invest in a company that turns out to be like lumber liquidators that is selling poison Chinese products, and I might have to take a loss. But I
and
don't
how do you
expect
know? How
Google.
do you know you're not investing in some bullshit like?
Well, you don't until it happens. But the likelihood of Google and Apple and Priceline and companies, these big, successful,
So you invest in
good track
the big
record
ones like
companies. Uh,
you say you invest in the big ones like Google, Apple, shit
I
like
do. I
that.
like to invest in market leaders. I like to invest in high dollar stocks that are growth technology stocks like Google and Amazon.
Did you
I'm
go
kind of
from
a
basic?
sporadic Tesla investor, but man, it can go up and down faster than even I like, and it's really difficult. You kind of have to hold on for the long term if you're going to go with Tesla.
And I mean, did you go from basic like financial illiteracy to like investing stocks or what the fuck? Like,
Well, my father has been a market investor since he retired at about 50s, 85 now. So one time I went and spent a few weeks with him, maybe a month or so, and he taught me the basics and he taught me about options during the course of that month. And I have spent, this is not an exaggeration, I spent likely 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, not so much because it was my job, but because it was how I made a living, and I found it really, really interesting as a hobby. So when the markets would close, I just continue on reading and learning and looking at companies and watching business news. And I did that for decades, 18 hours a day, not a whole lot other in my life except sitting in my office and making money and chatting on the internet a little bit. And then later on, I found my wife in the chat room and went to Thailand, got married, and all that. And
no shit.
even now when I invest far more sporadically, I don't, I don't need the money so much anymore, so I don't really need to do it. But even now, the only channel I watch is going to be CNBC or Bloomberg, depending on which person is on. Basically, I don't like the morning of CNBC because it's all politics. But the only thing I watch, the only thing I really pay attention to in the world is how the macro economy of the world is doing. And I believe that it's really more important. The macro economy of the entire world is really more important than your delusion that you can pick a good stock in a bad economy. I find the odds of being able to do that virtually zero for even Warren Buffett.
Yeah, you basically have to have insider trade deals to know some shit like that. Like, I mean,
well, yeah, or you have to have a lot of faith that their battery factory is going to work, even though we're in a recession. Or you really have to have.
I mean, nobody's a fortune teller. You don't know what the hell's going to happen in a bad economy.
That's right, but you do know that if the overall world economy is doing very well, that all stocks are likely to do very well, or at least the odds of picking
the
one
major
that
ones
does
anyway.
well is very, very high. So
And
my
say,
concern,
what do you do when the economy's down?
I short the market. I find stocks that are extremely overpriced, and I short them using options, which basically you could own $100,000 worth of stock and profit while it goes down for just a few $1,000s by using put options.
Interesting stuff.
And frankly, that's not what I did. The beginning of my career would be the internet bubble. I did not short the internet bubble, but what I did do was I cashed out and I bought a house, figuring that if nothing else, the house was going to protect my assets and keep me from buying into the market too soon. And when the market bottomed, I sold the house for a great profit, just coincidentally. I went back in the market. During the housing bubble, you can tell that I'm a little different than other people, and I don't really listen to other people, and I don't care what they have to say. That's kind of my personality. So when everybody else was all caught up in the housing bubble, how it was going to go on forever, I was actually here in Thailand talking to people who were house flipping, doing my very best to tell them they better cash out immediately and as soon as possible, because I saw the housing bubble coming from a mile away. I also did not short that. I just cashed out to protect my assets and bought in again at the bottom. But at this point, I'm experienced enough and I know enough about how the market works where I will short the market and make a pile of cash on a very small investment. You don't need to invest very much at all when you're that leveraged. Put options, you can buy a put option for $1, which is $100 on a stock to say 100. If you think it's going to go to 50, you could buy a $60 put option for 50 cents, which is going to profit. It's going to be worth $10. It goes all the way from 60 to 50, and you paid 50 cents for it. That's a risk worth taking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's more like a calculated risk than just a
Right.
fucking.
And
I'm just gonna throw my money into some shit.
Generally, and the difference being that if you wanted to short that same 100 shares rather than paying $50, you'd have to short it by putting up 10,000. So the investment, the money you're tying up, or the money that you're risking, is so much less. Is why using it, and the most you could possibly lose is the amount you invest, which would be 500,000, 3,000, whatever. But when you short a stock, if it doubled in price, you lose 100%. And if it continued to go up, you could lose more than 100%. Now, your broker would cash out your account to protect themselves, but the dollar amount that you could lose is much, much, much higher when you simply sell shares short rather than use a leverage option strategy, which is the main reason why it's better, not necessarily for any other reason. It's just the leverage factor and the very small investment risk.
And you've been investing for how long? Would you say?
I'm 57, probably somewhere around 30 years.
So you're pretty experienced at it.
Oh, absolutely. I used to write into the comment section on stocks on Yahoo, but people cloned my name. My name, Richard Garnash, runs off the screen, and people used to clone my name and give the opposite kind of advice I gave, so I stopped doing it. So I just got trolled so much, like douchebags, that I had to stop doing it. But I used to write an investment letter to people that asked for it, and then what happened was the year that it went up 80%. The only responses I got back from people was, "Gee, I wish I'd have listened to you." And I realized that this investment letter I've been writing for a couple of years, nobody paid any attention to, and the only thing that it served to prove to them was they should have listened to me, and I just stopped doing it. And at that point, it's kind of too bad, because at that point, it was the top of the housing bubble, and I completely reversed my position. The next letter I wrote was about how people should start liquidating their positions, and they probably didn't listen to me, and I stopped writing it directly after that, and the housing market pretty much crashed when I was getting ready to write the next month's newsletter.
Hindsight's 2020.
It is. Another interesting thing I found for myself is that the advice that I verbalize, or the advice that I write down and make public, has about a 99.9% chance of being correct, because I'm very careful about not wanting to steer somebody in the wrong direction and be responsible for their losses. But the advice that I might just give to myself has a lower rate of success. So I generally try to ask myself when I do things, is this something I would really tell somebody else to do? Or am I thinking I'm just so much smarter than the advice I would give to other people? And if the answer is I'm trying to outthink the advice I would give to other people, I will simply buy less of what I'm doing. I wouldn't necessarily not do it, because a lot of the things I do are simply too risky for other people because I don't know their situations. But I'll generally not buy as much as I might have otherwise.
Makes sense.
But I would recommend anybody be along. I think Warren Buffett is probably right when he says that the average person will probably do better over their lifetime by simply dollar cost averaging any stock index. You can buy the Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P 500 for just $100 or so a share. And if you just keep buying those shares, as the market goes down, as the market goes up, you probably want to hold on during a bear market, buy into the bottom as much as you can. But trying to buy individual stocks, the average person is probably doing themselves a disservice rather than buy 500 companies by buying an index share, or buy 30 companies in the Dow, or buy the overall NASDAQ average, because they will make money. They might not make as much. They're likely to lose more than they would otherwise. So, they're really best served by taking the option that almost guarantees they're at least going to make something. They're going to make a reasonably good profit, especially if they start when they're 30 and just keep doing it until they're 62 and retire. But I think that the main thing that's given me an edge and made me successful is the correct utilization of options, like I mentioned in the NVIDIA story. I'd still be waiting, I think 5 weeks on now, for NVIDIA to go up $2 to get back to zero had I not sold some options on the stock. However, 5 weeks on, I'm now up $7. And that's a big difference. Being up $7 or continuing to wait back to get back to zero, every 5 week period that happens over 25 years, that ends up to be a completely different fucking story.
No doubt.
It doesn't always happen as quickly quickly as 5 weeks. Oftentimes, it happens in the course of 1 week. Now, when I look at something that's not working out the way I think it's going to, I will sell an option for that Friday. Many, many times, simply by that Friday, I get out of what I call the penalty box. Anytime things don't work out for me and I'm waiting to get back to zero, I call myself in the penalty box and I'll utilize those options rather than take a loss. And I'd say 70% of the time, I can get out by that Friday or the next Friday. 5 weeks is actually kind of long, an unusual kind of wait.
Hmm.
But I'm really quick. I make that decision. If it doesn't go my way in a course of minutes or an hour, I'm making that decision. I'm not waiting around for a few days because then the options become less useful. As the price gets away from you, the options become less useful. So you have to make the decision that either you're going to, and that's my philosophy. I'm trying to lose as little money as possible and let the gains come where they may. And by selling those options, it limits my profit. I don't care that I might make a little less profit. I care that I have at least as much money today as I had yesterday.
Right. You just don't want to lose any money, even if this profit's not.
That's right. And that's how you get rich slowly, and that's how you stay rich permanently. If you're trying to get rich, you're not really caring how things fluctuate, you're going to find yourself with a whole lot less money today than you had
Well,
2 months ago. I'm worried about every single day having more than I had yesterday. Or
how
at
much could you
least
make
like
in any given day, like doing the get slow rich or they get the doing it slow?
I don't want to say because then people will call me a liar or whatever, but I will say what I did do for Jeremy, Jeremy and Thor's, I set up an account to show them how day trading can give you at least 100% profit per year. And I set up a $50,000 account. That number would be $200 a day. In order to double $50,000, you only need to make $200 a day. And I went and showed them how easy it is to make $200 a day with $50,000 live on a Google Hangout.
So you'd
And
have to start with an investment of 50,000 in order to do this.
by law, in order to trade more than 3 round turns in 5 days, you need a minimum of $25,000. That's a federal law. Otherwise, they simply lock you down until that 5 day period is up. It's called a day trading period.
Well, I mean, you started on unemployment. How did you get to
Well,
where you?
because that rule was not in existence back when I started. That's how I was able
Ah,
to flip stocks more frequently back then. That's
I see.
basically when the whole day trading scenario came along back in the internet boom. They decided that it was so dangerous for people that they wanted to make some sort of amount of money where they said if you're going to put this much at risk, you will assume you care about that much. And the number they chose is $25,000. It also used to be in order to buy options, you needed at least $25,000, $100,000 in liquid assets in your home or something of that nature. You had to fill out a financial disclosure form. And what happened with me was I went from 500 to over $25,000 before that law was enacted. So it kind of just worked out fine for me. I didn't have to worry about that very much. However, I wanted to buy options prior to having $25,000. My first realization was that I needed to get $25,000 as fast as possible, or there were all these tools in the market I wasn't allowed to use. So I tried, my first concern was not buying a new car, not buying new furniture, not getting out of the ghetto. My first concern was to make sure that all the tools were available to me, and I had to have $25,000 in that account.
Mm-hmm. Right. You're thinking the long term investment as opposed to I need to get out of this ghetto right now. Like.
Exactly. I recognize, because like I said, one of the first things that happened is my dad taught me about options and why they're important and how to use them. And I realized that, here I am, in this fairly dangerous occupation to begin with, and I open my toolbox and it's half empty. It'd be like being a carpenter and showing up with a rock instead of a hammer. It's like, it's just stupid. You need to buy yourself a hammer as fast as fucking possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one reason I think why people don't do as well as they should in the market, is that they don't understand how valuable using what is essentially the free money to add to their portfolio is. Why wouldn't you? You have a stock that's done really well, maybe it's doubled in price. Why wouldn't you start to protect yourself by saying, okay, I'll sell my stock, my $100 stock's gone to 50. I'll sell it to you for $10 next month. Maybe it'll go to 90. You keep the $10. Maybe it goes to 150, but you've still locked in the double price plus $10. So why wouldn't you do that? Otherwise, you kind of just being greedy. Why wouldn't you, if you wanted that $100, let's say you like NVIDIA, you say, well, 100, it went from 96 to 120, it's at 108, I still think that's too expensive. Why wouldn't you say, okay, I'll buy it if it drops to 95? The guy gives you $5. Maybe it doesn't drop to 95. You're still going to keep $500. You do that every week, and maybe all you're going to do is keep $500. Maybe some week it drops to 94. You're right off the bat, you've made $4 and you caught it at a good price. Those are really easy tools that give you what they really do is they give you a fluctuation of price where you can still profit, where just owning the stock, you're in this binary world of it has to go up. If it goes down a penny, I'm losing money. Using an option, you might have as much as a $5 hedge where you have this $5 area where anywhere in that $5, you're still going to make money. And that's a better position to be in unless you're greedy and think your stock's going to shoot to the moon, which is not my philosophy. I don't care if my stock shoots to the moon. What I really care about is my investment showing a substantial yearly profit should it come to fruition the way I think it will.
Mm-hmm. I would probably go with that philosophy as well,
And
because the
almost
other.
nobody does. That's the problem. Almost nobody invests in the market with the idea that the only thing they're trying to do is not lose money. That's not why people invest in the market. They invest in the market to make money. And by doing that, they try to make as much as they can that makes their situation even worse. But if you go into it saying, the money making part is going to happen all by itself. Someday there's going to be a bull market and I'm here to participate. But in the meantime, I just want to make sure I don't lose a fucking penny. That's not how people think. It's not how I thought for 15 years. It took me 15 years of finding my own style and my own risk tolerance. It's a very personal thing too. Some people could only invest in things like toilet paper and toothpaste that pay them a small dividend and don't move very much because that's all they're comfortable with. I sort of go the other way around and say I want really, stocks that have high beta, which means they move up and down more than the market does, but I'm going to minimize that risk of them going up and down a lot by incorporating this attitude that yes, they're good stocks have the possibility to move a lot, but my main concern is protecting my money, not taking advantage of that time when it moves up a lot and exposing myself to it moving down a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want to be fucking constantly having to worry about like what time you're up and shit, checking your stocks. And, like,
that's right. And
gets crazy.
if I didn't want to have this attitude, then I would have to have a much more diversified portfolio just for me, like you said, to be able to sleep at night. I couldn't be, I couldn't have all my eggs in one basket without watching. So I would have to have a number of different stocks, many of which I wouldn't even like, that I would only have them to stabilize my portfolio in the case of a terrorist attack or some crazy news item that dropped the market. So I'd have to have some McDonald's, toilet paper, toothpaste, some of these other things I consider nonsense stocks, just to protect some bulk of my wealth. I would rather not do that. I would rather do it the other way. You asking questions, so it seems kind of interesting. I would highly advise you to just put some money into the market and just let it appreciate. As it does, you'll recognize that it is a good place to put your money. It's a lot better place than gold. Probably not as good as opening up your own business, but piggybacking on the profits of really fucking smart people and really good boards of directors like Nvidia or even Elon Musk in Tesla or Bill Gates or buying shares in Warren Buffett's company that cost like $100-some thousand a share, so that's probably not good. But piggybacking on the profits of people who are 20 times smarter than me seems to make a lot of sense to me. Seems to be an easy way for me to let somebody else make money for me. Why wouldn't I want to do that?
Well, it makes sense to me. Seems to be working for you.
And the truth is that it works for everybody that does it properly and does it in a way that they can tolerate the losses when they come. It doesn't work for people who get scared out of the market. It doesn't work for greedy people. It doesn't work for people who do it improperly. But done in a sensible, coherent fashion over time, virtually everyone is going to be better off than had they not done it at all. It's just an extent of, when they need the money, are they at the top of the next bull market, or are they at the middle, or, did they expect it to go up forever, want to spend the money in 2 years, and now they're at 2/3 close to the bottom of the next bear market. There's a little timing involved, and that's why they say that as you retire, you should take some of your money out because you're going to need it in case that bear market comes, and you have less of it. Both my father's 86 now, and he still has most of his money in the market and watches it every day, and he disagrees with the idea that he should be mostly in bonds. However, he does have probably $1 million or more in bonds, because he's not a complete idiot,
So you say invest in bonds or stocks?
You should be mostly in stock. I guess the kind of rule that I forget the exact number of the ages they use, but you would want to be in near 100% stocks at 20, and as you get to 40, maybe have an 80-20, 80-20 split. When you get pretty close to retirement, you want to have 80% in bonds and 20% in the stock market. Is how the general financial counselor would swing it. And the reason is because they're assuming that you're unsophisticated and not really watching the market anyway, that you're retiring, you don't have time for that stuff, or the education. So my situation would be different for that reason. But the point being that bonds, aren't really as subject. Bonds can go to zero too. You can get fucked on bonds, but it's much safer. And your profit is determinable. You get a 6% bond, you're getting 6%. So you can plan on how much money your income is going to be with a bond, where you can't really do that as well with stocks.
Makes sense. Yeah, I guess that's why they go with the buy stocks when you're younger, buy bonds when you're older.
Right. It gives you time to ride out the bear market. Good stocks are always going to be worth more eventually than the peak of the last bubble. Even Microsoft is worth more today than it was at the peak of the internet bubble. All stocks are essentially worth more than the peak of the housing bubble.
Good point.
Just a matter of can you ride out that 5 years when you thought you were going to buy a Mercedes and now all you can afford is a Toyota Yaris. Well, that's when people say, fuck it, I'm going to sell out and buy myself something in the middle of the Yaris and the Mercedes and never do it again. The problem is, once the market goes up, they change their mind and they end up buying 2/3 of the way into the next bull market and doing the same thing over again. When they say, if you ever tell yourself, I'm never going to get in the market again, you have to stick by that decision, or you're going to be in this revolving door where when the market becomes high, you're going to invest and you're going to get scared out again a second and third time. That's very, very common with what we call tourist investors. They come in the market when they think that it's going to make them a lot of money, and then they cash out for losses when they think it's going to lose them a lot of money. They're not willing to keep at it consistently over a long period of time, and that's a recipe for just simply losing 30% of your money, every 10 years, which is not a good thing. Problem is magnified by the fact that every 10 years they do it, they have more of it to lose. Hey, buddy.